Back. I need to reload something on my end. Can see some things moving. Let's wait. Yeah, so we are on a live stream. Yay, it works. Yep. So it's all fine. It's early in the morning for most of us, so it's all good. It's all good. Okay, so let me just check what I wanted to add now. So, season schedule. And you see, round 1 Daytona, we had that. Now it's round 2 Bathurst, the 12 hours. Next up will be Brands Hatch, a lovely short 8 hours. Then we head over to Germany again, the Nürburgring 24 hours. And that marks the midway point for the season. Then we go to the second half, starting with Suzuka for 8 hours, 12 hours at Yas Marina, another 8 hours in Brazil, Interlagos, and we finish the season in style, Spa 24 again. So lovely little calendar for the GT Endurance Championship year 4. Split number 1. We also have a split 2, but can't cover it at the moment with a live broadcast. They will have the same races, but in a different order. So, but you will get also some streams, some POVs for those races. So if you have a look at the IRO Discord, you will find all of those needed details. So yeah, yesterday we had the qualifying, right? And this is how the grid looks like. We have Obo Esports. Antonio put that Porsche 911 on pole position next to him. It is the Project 1 Racing Porsche 911. So Porsche front row lockout for this one. Then in P3, it's the Ferrari 296 NWR Motorsports. Miu Miu qualified that Ferrari P3 in the shootout session. Or we have Apex Motorsports, the third Porsche 911. And on the top 2 rows, in row number 3, it's Inferno Motorsport in the BMW M6 and QRT Esports in the Audi R8. And it looks like we are heading into race itself. So we have a formation lap. All good, all good. I will keep that qualifying just up on screen for you. And let's get rid of those nasty names. So don't want to anger Jaeger with running everything. But yeah, qualifying results still on the left-hand side on your screen while the drivers are heading onto the formation lap. I actually do have another overlay. Oh, look at that. So that's probably everything we need now, and we'll go through the order now. So let me quickly remove that from screen, and we go full screen. Here we go. All right, so we have the Ovo Porsche Antonio, the number 111 Porsche, And we have Project 1 Racing, the number 20 Porsche P2. Then we have the Ferrari for NWR. It's Miu Miu again driving. And in that lovely looking 224 Ferrari, Drift King for Apex Motorsport in the 23 Porsche on P4. Tonkanen, who qualified that car yesterday for Inferno Motorsport, running in P5, the 27 car. Skyline for QRT Esports in that Audi R8. LMS Evo, then Kipzo for my team Esports in the AMG. Last car that made it into the shootout yesterday, the 54 car. Then best of the remaining Vipers, that is Yeli for GT Finland Racers in the 66 red and black machine. Frosty for the defending champions Esports Race Asylum in P9 in the number 1 gold black and white Porsche 911. Zodaxium is running for Portugal All-Stars, the number 4 Mazda RX Vision. And we have Elite Racing Squad with Adi in that BMW. Here in P11, that's the number 73. We have Tim Gren for Feel Good Racing, our championship leaders in the Dodge Viper. They also stayed in that car, the number 303. Maddie in the Black Beauty, the 999 AMG, so they unfortunately couldn't make qualifying yesterday, so starting from P13. And also the Sector 7 Racing Blazers, the number 7 car. Jeez, they had a qualifying ban, starting last for this one. So a couple of notes. So Sector 7 went from Dodge to Nissan. We also had the Project 1 Racing car going to the Porsche from the Viper, but we will get to that later on. So we get ready for the race start then. So let me just do this, do that, and then once we come around, we should go green, green, green. It's taking quite a while. I think now we are live. Let's go. We are racing. We are on the way for the Bathurst 12 hours, Antonio, with a good start. Accurate for P1 already under pressure. P3. We still have that Ferrari. So clean first lap. By the looks, first time come out of turn number 1 down the mountain straight slipstream. And we see already side-by-side racing action. Mimu defending the inside from Drift King in the AMS Porsche 911. We head into turn 2. A little bit of lag, but nothing much to worry. I think it's all good. So top position stayed as it is. I think no movements. You see Yeli up to P7. So I think the AMG for my team, yeah, dropped down to P9 for the first time. Line was down. Up the mountain we go, and then we'll sort the grid once we head down the Comrade Straight for the first time and get the idea. So close racing on the opening lap. We don't expect anything less than it, and I think Frosty lost also a couple of positions, P9 to P13, and Yish in P13. So let's have a run down the order. The Ovo Esports Porsche leading the way, the 20 Porsche for Project 1 Racing in P2, and the Ferrari for NWR in P3. First time breaking and the chase. And it's Drift King for AMS in P4, Skyline in P5. He got past Tonkanen, I think, and Tonkanen under pressure. Yeli in that. Ooh, there is damage on Tonkanen's car, so he's pitting. Early pit stop, front damage for the BMW for Inferno Motorsport. That is an early, not a planned pit stop. Definitely for that one. We'll wait and see where he emerges back out on track. We see the rest of the grid coming out of turn number 1. Mehdi also lost a couple of positions. He was down to P13 again. And we have Tonkanen just fix the damage. So, we have the tire allocations rule now in place, really, for the round 2. So this means every team, they have a limited set of tires per compound available for the entire 12 hours. So that is 9 sets of softs, 4 sets of mediums, and 6 sets of hards. So you have to then consider when to use your sets for which stint, for which driver. So I can already tell that we have different strategies for the race start for the teams. So with the tire compound, some going a bit more aggressive, some more conservative. Or let's start to the race. And Antonio with immense pace already, trying to get out of the slipstream range early. Accurate GT keeping that gap to Miu in P3, so Project 1 Racing and NWR Motorsports P2, P3, also Drift King in that blue AMS Porsche 911. P4 Skyline for QRT Esports outside of the slipstream range already, and also has a gap to the cars behind. Yeli in that Viper. The 2 Vipers already made some ground. So we also see Tim Gren for Feel Good Racing in P8. And the car splitting the 2 Vipers is the Mazda RX Vision for the Portugal All-Stars. And currently sitting in P7. Close to the walls as always here at Mount Panorama. Again, using every inch of the track. But not going for the move yet. It's still very, very early doors, of course, in this race. So 12 hours in total. This means with the setup 6 stints. Then 2 hours each roughly for the teams. So let's go further down the order and see in P9 it's the AMG for the My Team Esports team. Adi for Elite Racing Squad in that BMW in P10, still within slipstream range. The same goes for Yishen Mehdi, who got past Frosty. Yeah. And P12 it is for Alien Motorsports, the 999 AMG. Really close. Will he go for the move yet? He's going to the inside line. He holds the line and gets another position. So it's P11. P12 for Sector 7 Racing Blazers then in that Nissan GTR. Frosty for the Esports Race Asylum team in P13. And Tonkanen for Inferno Motorsport after that first lap damage. Is back on track in 2:02.8. So yes, a bit of clean air, can focus on his race pace now. So I wanted to touch upon, like, we had some changes for the teams regarding cars. So the 111 car in the lead, so they had a free upgrade from their manufacturer. So they started with the 911 RSR car for Daytona and now went for the 911 GT3R, the 992 model. And the Project One racing team, they were swapped the car from Dodge to the new Porsche. So this is their one free car swap done for the season. The NWR team, they stayed in their Ferrari, so no change here. Apex Motorsport, they also used their free upgrade on the Porsche, running the newer model now as well. In the 23, no change for QRT Esports, staying with the Audi R8. Oh, then the two teams that didn't swap the cars, the Vipers, which was a bit of a surprise, to be honest. Probably no one actually thought that keeping the Viper after Daytona would be an option, but we have the GT Finland Racers, the 66, and also the championship leaders, Feel Good Racing, the 303, both still running in the Dodge Viper for that race, and P6, P7 for now. And Tim Gren going for the move using the slipstream down the mountain straight, brake roughly after the 100-meter mark, and then use the inside line and moves up one position. So also no change in car for the Portugal All-Stars. Mazda RX Vision, the go-to car. Oh, a little bit of a wiggle. Opportunity for the cars behind. Also no changes for those two teams. Elite Racing Squad and Alien Motorsport, they stayed in their cars, BMW and Mercedes AMG. And we have the Sector 7 Racing Blazers, went from Viper to Nissan. The Esports Racer Salem team also used their free car swap from Viper to the new Porsche, and the Inferno Motorsport team as well. So they also raced in the Dodge Viper for Daytona. Now it's the BMW M6 for this one. And there was a problem for Kipzo in my team, Esports AMG, at 2:18.5 on lap number 5, down to P14, but there is no damage on the car at the moment. So Antonio, he is flying 2.7 seconds already. So let's have a quick look. And no, I need to have a quick look at Discord. Multitasking. But it's all good. I just need to find my chats here as well. So yeah, Antonio with amazing pace for the OVO Esports team. They were basically best of the non-Vipers at Daytona. And Antonio is running on the soft tire compound. In P2, the Project One Racing Porsche is also running on the softs. And also soft tires for that 224 Ferrari VMU. He is very close now. He should have a little bit of a top speed advantage with the slipstream. Let's see. Not revving to the absolute limits. See if he pulls alongside. Tries to go for the move. And here we go. Textbook overtake at Bathurst, down the Comrade Straight into the chase, and up one position for the Ferrari 296. So in fourth position We have the Apex Motorsport Porsche, the number 23, also running on the soft tire compound. So top 4 on those softs at the moment, and let's make it 5. So also Skyline for QRT Esports is going with the racing soft compound. Then we have a big gap to the next drivers. That is Tim Gren for Feel Good Racing in the Dodge Viper. 6 out of 6 so far for soft tires. And Maddie made a move. I think I just caught that. Is also on the soft tire compound in the black AMG, the 999 car. Let's see if we can catch that overtake. Behind Yali in the Dodge Viper. And okay, there's suddenly the inside line opened for AMG. Not sure if it was lag or not. So Yali is the first driver on the medium compound in the grid, P8 at the moment. P9, the Portugal All-Stars in the Mazda also on the soft tires, but I see some damage on the rear of that Mazda. So how bad is it? Still has a little bit of tow down the Comrade Straight. But it's probably too early to pit, unless you don't change tires, of course. See what the decision from the number 4 team will be. Staying out for now. Okay, then we have Adi on the medium compound for the ERS BMW in 10th position. Someone is pitting. Frosty with the damage on mediums. Let's quickly go back to Gish for Sector 7 Racing, also on the mediums. And Tonkanen also on mediums in the 27 BMW. So the towards the rear of the grid we see the medium tire runners, and towards the front the soft tire runners. It will change throughout this 12 hours, as we have briefly touched upon the tire allocations. So you cannot run the softs for all the stints. And let's have a look at Frosty. So he didn't change tires, just fixed some of the damage he collected. Now running in P14. So we move up the grid order. See the gaps between the cars. So there's some bigger gaps. We had 2 drivers, P12 and P14, who pitted to repair damage, and in P13 with a massive moment on the lap. So this is where we see some closer gaps again. Sector 7 Racing still having the slipstream down the straight. The 73 BMW as well, and that Mazda still running with damage. Oh, there is something happened to Feel Good Racing. Pit stop early, damage on the front for the car. So that's another very early pit stop in 4. Another team. So let's see. They're changing tires. Just 9 laps. And another set of softs. I don't know if this was the smartest decision, or the softs didn't look too bad. And in my opinion, maybe burning one set of soft tires. So it might be something to keep in mind for the later stages of that race. So yeah, a bit surprised to see a tire change here for the 303. So we were running with the number 4 car, still with some damage, but they can keep up with the Dodge Viper for the GT Finland racers. So I think Zodaxium is still feeling happy. Doesn't lose too much time overall. So, but it's Yeli is on the medium compound and Zodaxium on the softs. So then we have nearly 4 seconds to Maddie for Alien Motorsports. So started at the back, now running a P6. 7.5 seconds that gap to Skyline, who is still in striking distance to the car in front, the 23 car. And this is interesting. Let's get an onboard. Let's see AMS, NWR and P1R all close together now. Those 3 cars, Porsche, Ferrari and Porsche. Keeping it kinda close up the mountain, 6/10 roughly, a little lift needed. Again close, nearly touched the grass. It's Skyline. Now we go down into the dipper. Ooh, the rear. Nearly lost it, good catch. Lost the 10th though. And let's see Archivard's perspective. Will Mew Mew in the Ferrari go for a move again? Not as close as earlier. Look at the gap for Antonio, 8 seconds, so he is definitely on a mission today. 2:01s all the way for those first couple of laps. And this battle 3-way could turn into a 4-way battle, maybe soon. We see that Skyline in that Audi R8 for QRT is not too far behind, just a second. Let's get his perspective. Less than a second now. I think a little bit of lobby lag desync. Getting a decent run, the dipper. Ooh, not ideal. Oh, lost the 10th. Still has a little bit of a toe down the straight. Maybe if he nails the first elbow exit, was okay. Gaining a little bit, so he's still like in a good position. And you see that the very bright green colored Porsche for Project Run Racing. They opened up a little gap. Let's probably go to Mimu or we get the gaps. Then it's nice, so close racing. P2 to P5 with Antonio gone, and Miu has some front damage. Just spotted that, so maybe that's an opportunity and for Archivert to open up that gap a bit more. Skyline lost a little bit, 1.3 now. Let's have a look what's happening behind this nice little fight. Medi slowly closing that gap, less than 7 seconds, and still running in P6. Yali in P7. Adi got past the Mazda. They are still running with that damage. And in P9, probably trying to stick to the plan, not pit too early, and being on the soft tire compound. The Blazers in P10 on the medium tire compound, getting closer to the stronger slipstream range. So down the Comrade Straight, they should be gaining some time, basically for free. Yeah, 10th already down. More. Nearly 2.5 maybe by the end. Don't think it will take that long. So the number 4 is, I think, now losing the toe to the 73 in front. So he will be vulnerable down the straight on that next lap. P11 outside the top 10 just. It's the 27 BMW for Inferno Motorsport after that first lap damage. Oh, getting into the rhythm. Also personal best for my team Esports in P12 with Kipzo. And here is Feel Good Racing Tim Gran. They pitted to fix damage and they also changed tires, so they hope maybe to get a fast, clean stint on those softs now. And in P14 at the moment, Frosty for the Esports Race Asylum team, the number 1 car. So yeah, last season they claimed the title, GTEC 2025 champions. Had a good season opener, P3 at Daytona.26 minute-ish of racing. So it's currently P14. They also had a scheduled pit stop to fix some of the damage. So it will be a massive comeback drive for the team needed now to score some good points. And yeah, as expected, Archivert could open up the gap to Miu Miu. Miu Miu still running with that front damage, also the right suspension showing some issues for the car. He keeps that P3 So neither Drift King for AMS nor Skyline for QRT were able to fly past the Ferrari down the straight. Yeah, strategy. This is probably the biggest change to the season compared to last year. So with those limited sets, the tire allocation rule in place now, we will see different approaches to the races for the teams for every stint basically. So that's why there should be a new kind of dynamic to those races here as well. And Skyline going for the move. The end of the Comrade straight into the chase, and upper position for the Audi P4. So yeah, the strategy. So we had like this race a couple of weeks ago in Split 2, and it was, yeah, I think the first 2-3 stints were like really interesting with the strategy options. So some were using mediums, some were using the softs, and then it flipped towards the middle stints. And so you build a gap, you lose time again throughout the race. So yeah, this is the thing we have to keep in mind now. Even if it looks like there's a big gap between some of the cars at the moment, it could change in the next stint again. And also hard to predict, and for all of us. From the Split 2 race, so those teams that had a car that was decent on tire wear, most of them were able to do a soft for one driver stint, 42 hours. So it is doable. But then we have like 9 sets of soft tires. So if you like do the math, 6 stints times 2, that would be 12 sets of softs. The teams don't have it, so they have to use a different compound at some point. It will be most likely the medium, so the hard tire is still not that popular. And yeah, we will monitor the tire usage, the tire wear situation throughout the season, and we can adjust like the allocations from race to race if needed. So we have like a kind of a baseline at the moment for the races, and probably will look into the data after round 2 is done for both of the splits. So then we will see if the organization can spice things up a little bit more, even with maybe forcing the teams to use the hard tire even if they don't want to. But yeah, this is basically the setup for the season now. So for the Bathurst race, we all know, like, unfortunately we don't have rain available in the game for that track, so it will be just random weather, clouds moving in and out. But we have a nice little time progression, of course, and throughout the entire 12 hours. So the visuals should be okay with the game. And then, yeah, so the usual settings, so I can touch upon them here as well. So we run with the in-game BOP on, and it's just a brake balance that can be used, adjusted for the race. No suspension, no aerodynamics. Yeah, the tire location I said already. We are using the in-game real slipstream setting. The tire render fuel consumption sits at ×1, so it's as low as it gets, and we have a 3 liter per second refueling speed. And of course, we run with the heavy damage setting, so damage has to be repaired if you want to go fast. And now this could be the move for Sector 7 Racing. The number 7 pulls alongside, inside line, and through he goes. Up a position for Gish. It's P9, Zodaxium drops a position. P10 at the moment. And it's silently Tonkanen closing that gap. Under 2 seconds now the gap to P10. So one of the few teams that opted to go with the medium tires for the race start. So they hope they can use the softs later on and get an advantage throughout the remainder of this race. But yeah, Tonkanen is rapidly closing that gap. I think Zodaxium hit the wall, the exit of Forest Elbow. And here comes the BMW down the Comrade Straight. Roughly a second now. Shouldn't take too long. Probably to be in striking distance. It's 1.5 to the car in front, so not getting any help down the mountain straight this time. 7/10. And running with that rear damage. Ooh, the curb nearly unsettled the car. So up the mountain, yeah, doesn't really lose too much time, but it will be the power sections where the damage will hurt. The number 4 Mazda. So down we go. That BMW looking strong through the dipper. Again, a little bit of war was involved, I think. And now it could be the chance for the number 27. Gaining. It's 3/10. And not enough, I think. Unless it's a huge send. No, it isn't. And I think the goal for the 27 car is to run quite some time on those mediums. So they're not in a big hurry. Still, they want to get past a car. Let's have a look at the lap times. 203.9, 203.6, so 3/10 gained. And 3/10, again, it's not enough, I think, to be in a spot to go for a move. No, not yet. Oh, that looked close. Tim Gren got past or defended from Kipzo. So P10, P12, P13, the two drivers really close together on different strategies though. Mediums for the 54 and softs for the 303. Yep, the top cars are all on soft tires. So best of the medium tire runners is further down the order. Don't want to move away from that battle now. Oh, and now we see NWR pitting for, I don't know, maybe to get rid of the damage. He was running for quite some time with that damage. Where will they come out again? So Yali is the best of the medium tire runners. So where is the Ferrari? Still in the pit. So yeah, they refuel now and go on to the mediums. So the 224 from P3 to P13 again. Let's go to the lead. So nearly 16 seconds for Antonio, and that lead, the same strategy as P1R in P2, and Skyline in third position. We have the Black Beauty, Maddie, caught up with the guys in front. Oh, he's pushing that AMG. Used a bit more tires compared to Drift King in the Porsche, but yeah, gained a big chunk of time since the last time we were looking at those gaps. So Maddie also on a mission. Can they go for the soft strategy throughout the stint? So for those new to Aero GT Endurance Championship, like driver swaps, etc. So you see the lap count on the top left, 61. So in order to do some driver swaps, we are running multiple lobbies, then to keep the gaps and the racing order intact. So that's why the end of lap 60 is where all drivers will head into a pit lane box and then give the go signal to their teammate waiting in the next lobby to continue the race. So we had one formation lap and one lap then being reduced. So it's still 59 laps in total. So you need to still do 29, 30 laps on the soft tires. Then in order to make that one-stop soft possible. Ooh, Maddie with a big moment. Nearly lost the car coming out of Forest Elbow. He wanted to push. He knows like he has some good pace, but a bit too eager maybe. Getting the power down, so has to wait at least for one more lap. Getting a good run though. Drift King defending the inside line. Again, the car a bit slippy. Oh, someone is in pit lane. That is Adi for ERS with some damage on the front. Probably also not ideal for now. So let's have a rundown again. The 111 car OVO Esports in total command of this first stint. Antonio 16-17 seconds. That gap now to Archivert, aka Chris for Project 1 Racing in that number 20 Porsche 911. Skyline for QRT Esports in the Audi R8 in P3, 6 seconds that gap. And we see those two, Drift King for Apex Motorsport and Maddie for Alien Motorsport, P4 and P5. And another 10 seconds to Yeli GT Finland Racers, the 66 Dodge Viper on medium tires. Oh, a clean stint so far from the Finnish driver. Gish in 7th for the Blazers, Sector 7 Racing. We have in 8th the Portugal All-Stars, the number 4 machine, is still running with that rear damage. And we see the gaps behind. It's getting close. Tim Grant, Tonkanen, Kipzo, they are gaining. The Viper should be strong down the Comrade straight. And with that limping Mazda in front. Also better tires at this stage for the 303. In P10 it's the 27 and a move. AMG versus BMW. The 54 car gets that move done. Yeah, one reason might be that Tonkanen has some front damage again. So this will hurt the 27 crew. A little bit. Maybe now it's the hope to stay with the cars in front. Already lost some time uphill, so maybe the understeer now getting worse with the damage as well. P12, we have the NWR cars, so they went soft to mediums now for this first stint and refueled. Like, pretty sure the strategy is to finish this stint on the mediums. The ERS squad, Adi, after pitting the previous lap, fixed some damage, now got rid of the mediums using softs. It might be a long stint on those soft though. Again in P14, it's the Esports Race Asylum #1 Porsche with Frosty still running on his mediums and since the start, but they had to pit for damage repair. So I think this was like the closest on track 3 cars fighting for that P3 at the moment. QRT in P3, AMS in P4 and ALN in P5, 3 different manufacturers. I can clearly see that Maddie's tires are screaming for help now. So he had to push, I think, for those first couple of laps to make up some ground. Starting P13 for that race, running P5 for now. So I think, but yeah, it's probably not that much of a difference. The 2 MR cars, so Porsche is basically an RR car now, but they are having more wear on the rear right and the AMG on that front right tire. We see a move now. Skyline defending the inside line against Drift King. Oh, was just showing his nose. This could help Maddie behind 6/10. So I think target lap is end of lap 30 to pit if you want to go soft. But this could be an opportunity. The Audi not too bad on acceleration and top end stays in front for now. Not the best run. We see Maddie back with the 2. So what is like worse, the front right understeer or the front, the rear right, maybe sketchy through the dipper and the exits. Exits still looked okay for both of the cars in front, Skyline and Drift King. Now the AMG gaining in the slipstream. We see a little bit of short shifting. Closing the gap, but it's not enough to go for a move. Needs to rely on a little mistake, maybe, but so far very clean from what I can tell. Oh, and Drift King coming in. That doesn't look like it's going to be a soft medium maybe then for the 23. So he will lose that position to Yeli at least. He's still not there now. Changing the tires. Getting some fuel in. So let's wait for 90 liters. And yeah, it's mediums, so yeah, So not going all out on the softs on the first stint. So comes out just behind the 73 car. Oh, this is again close here. Three-way battle. Mew Mew sitting in between two cars that are running with the damage. So we still have the number 4 car on soft tires with the rear damage, and also the 27 BMW with some front damage. And Mew Mew was fighting for the top 3 positions earlier on, went from softs to mediums. Also they had a little bit of damage, so maybe changed their strategy call now, go for the mediums. Ooh, close into first elbow, but should get the run now. We see also P1R heading into pit lane. Also a bit too early for the soft one stop. So maybe also looking at mediums. Here comes the Ferrari. Easy overtake. And for Mew Mew. When will we see the number 4 car pitting? No. Staying out. The 27 also. They're on that medium strategy at this stage. So, so we see the number 20. Yeah, medium tire compound it is. So they slotted in between the two cars where we saw Mew Mew earlier on. So Mew Mew with that forced pit stop got that position against Archivert. So they were fighting against each other on the first couple of laps. So the 224 car with the advantage for now. It is, so it looks like the 23 car, they lost a little bit. Couple of seconds now, the gap to P10. And the question will be, when will we see the leaders? They are, I think, committed to a one-stop softs for now, build in some kind of gap. Ooh, and just in time, I think the fight for P2 is on. The two German manufacturers, AMG and Audi. Now it's intense. The rear right is nearly completely gone, so could be also tricky now. Coming out of the slower turns. And exactly what happened, maybe. Opportunity for Maddie. Can he get his car in front? Yep. So he moves into P2, covers the inside. Then at the end of the mountain straight. And up to P2. So I guess it will be one more lap for the top 3. Then they will head into pit lane and most likely go for another set of softs and to finish a driver's stint number 1. Maybe pit this lap, get a slightly lighter car for that second tire stint. So maybe Skyline, they could think about doing an undercut. So as expected, Antonio is starting lap number 30. But that That gap is insane, right? 32 seconds. And Maddie with a good run, 1.2 seconds. Already staying out. What about Skyline also sticking to the plan? I don't know the plan, but at least that would be my understanding. So Yeli, that's really impressive stint so far on the Dodge Viper on those mediums. They're just 6.5 seconds behind. P3. Same applies to the number 7, Sector 7 Racing Blazers in that Nissan GTR now. 3.5 seconds also on the mediums. Our championship leaders, Feel Good Racing in P6 currently. They have to pit again. They can't make it till the end on fuel and tires. P7, my team, Esports, the 54 AMG. After one bad lap early on, they found their groove, found the rhythm. Running on those mediums. Miu P8 had a slight contact with the wall. The front right suspension showing a little bit of damage. Shouldn't be too bad, I think. So don't think they will pit for that minor damage. Then in P9, the ERS crew, they medium to soft for now, the strategy, and need to pit again at some point. Still can do quite some laps. In 10th position, Project 1 Racing, who were running P2 for quite a long time. And Maddie and Skyline both are in. Maddie with a fuel advantage. And interestingly, we have Antonio staying out. The leader. Oh, and there's a fight for positions at Axiom versus Tonkanen. Both still running with the damage. It could be time to pit now. Yeah, the number 4 now. They made their target lap in. Drift King will be happy, I think. So one car less in front. And they also jumped Maddie and Skyline. Both, as expected, on the soft tires again. So they're going for the aggressive first driver stint. Both Maddie and Skyline soft for now. Frosty in the zone now. Just head down and drive. Also the number 4 going for softs again, and our leader now approaching the pit crew. So doing the overcut. But yeah, they had a big lead, of course. What's the strategy for the 66 crew? Will they go without using a soft tire compound for that first driver stint? We don't know. So we're seeing the fuel now going into the car. And softs again. For leaders stays in the lead. Oh, we see some movement. But don't think any overtake. Maybe just back and forth. Well, let's see. The gap. Antonio to Yeli. That's 3.7 seconds for now. Chish in third. Also P2, P3 yet to pit. P4 they had to pit early. And will have to pit soon. I think within the next 10 to 15 minutes we should see the next pit stop. Ooh, that looked a bit weird. Probably just lag. Oh, I don't see any damage on that car, but yeah, bit of airtime through the dipper. And a massive run from Miu Miu in the Ferrari. We will think snag a little bit of a slipstream down the Comrade straight. Not enough, I think, to really help. Oh, and Tonkanen under pressure. Drift King with the overtake after the combo straight into the chase, and P8 again for the 23 crew, and just spotted that black AMG. And Tonkanen in now for the second pit stop of the day. So I guess they will be using the softs now. And after the pit stop, the gap between Maddie and Skyline, yeah, went up. They were running within a second. Now it's nearly 6 seconds. So fuel advantage for that AMG, 3 liters per second. So probably gained a little bit there during that pit stop. So I would also reckon another 10 to 15 minutes for Frosty on this set of mediums, so maybe they pit a bit earlier and go on to soft, so still not predictable at the moment what the strategies will look like. So the 27 indeed is running on the racing softs. And the same goes for the 54 AMG, also on the soft tire compound now. Hoping to gain some time. Again. So the 66 heading into pit lane, the E7 staying out. It's also a bit longer stint on the mediums and now probably pushing for softs. So, and here we go. Miu Miu, can he get the run against the Viper down the mountain straight? Tim Gren defending the inside line, going back to the racing line. The straight line power of the Viper saves him for now. But yeah, the soft tires are getting towards the crucial stage, and for the feel-good racing driver. But you have to be patient. Mountain, it's usually the single file. Into first elbow and ooh, side by side. Is there something like a side draft? I don't know, probably not. So back into the slipstream and hope to get the move done by the end of the straight. This time inside line, who is later on the brakes. It's Miu Miu in the 2-4 machine and completes that move, I think. So tire advantage now, Miu Miu on the mediums against Tim Gren on those worn softs. So let's have a look at this overtake again. A little bit of a sideways moment for Miu Miu, but he positioned that car well enough to stay in front. What about the end of the mountain straight? They go side by side. Miu Miu defends the inside line. Tim Gren was forced to the outside and couldn't then complete that move. It's so tricky around the outside. So what about... Yeah, we missed that. Maddie got past Drift King. So Maddie in the 999 AMG on soft tires. Drift King in the 23 Porsche on mediums. So the pace advantage definitely for the French driver. It's 3.5 seconds. Now the gap to P1R in P6. So we are still waiting for the Sector 7 Racing Blazers to pit. So they started P14. It looks like maybe a smart decision to go with the mediums for the start. Don't get involved in any of the shenanigans. It looks like now they're coming in. So long first run on those mediums. Into pit lane we go. So that's NWR back onto the P2 podium spot, and Tim Gren with some problems coming out the final turn. Adi right behind on his soft tires. He should have the grip advantage. And again, straight line speed for the Viper. Can this be the saving grace for the 303? Looks like defending the inside line, forcing VW around the outside. He makes it. No, he goes too deep. Avoids the damage, but got onto the marbles and couldn't turn the car. Yeah, a bit too late. Ooh, we heard that. The livery got some battle scars now, but there's no, at least, damage showing, and so no mechanical damage, just visual. A lucky moment for Adi and the Elite Racing Squad. Again, it's not that easy for the BMW to go for an overtake after a long straight against the Dodge Viper. Gaining now again. And both drivers' teams, they need to pit again. So this could be a fight until the end of the stint for position. Not for P3, but still for overall position between those two teams. Archivert closing the gap, and Medi as well, just a second behind. Medi with a 2:01.3, getting closer to the fastest lap of the stint so far, so it shouldn't take too long. Again, back to the 303 versus the 73. Again, not ideal for the run up the mountain. Ooh, they go side by side to Skyline. Ooh, you rarely see something like that. But maybe also Tim Gren just backed out of that move. Let's see what happened. I think he touched the wall. Yep. And then, yep. Went on to the brakes and no fighting against Adi, but here comes Medi now down the Comrade Straight against the Porsche. Also getting a little bit of slip around the outside through the chase, braking and moving up a position in P5 for Alien Motorsport. Next up will be Tim and Adi. So how long can they keep their positions? Yeah. The 303 is struggling now with the tires. It probably will be the mountain section where we see the AMG getting really, really close. Maybe also giving the Viper a little push uphill. No, inside. He had the better run. Ooh, another overtake on the run up towards Skyline. So again, yeah, you don't see that very often as well. So let's watch that move again from Medi's perspective. He had a clearly better run, the exit, and then on the inside. Right, good move. And already close behind the BMW. Oh, P3 probably the target. It's then another 5 seconds to Miu in the Ferrari. And now has the slipstream, should have the run. No, not yet. Oh, late, just showed his nose for a brief moment. Signal to ERS in front. Yo, I'm here. is having a little bit of a pace advantage at this stage. So focus on the exit out of first elbow. That's 3.5 tenths. This should be, in theory, the easy overtake now. AMG should have also a little bit of top speed advantage. This time going for the inside line. Adi braking early. So Medi P3, less than 5 seconds stat gap to Miu Miu. Let's have a look. So Antonio hot lapping, sub 2:01 in race pace, 2:00.935. Oh, the 111 Ovo Esports Porsche 911 GT3 R, 31.5 seconds stat gap to the NWR Motorsports Ferrari 296 on mediums. Medi on the softs in P3. Can he catch Miu Miu? And ALN starting P13 up to P3. And we have ERS in P4. The fuel is getting lower, so they need to pit soon again. So it is the Project 1 Racing Porsche, the number 20, and should go up to P4 again. The skyline for QRT Esports in P6. He's on the soft tires against the two Porsches in front and behind. Drift King then for Apex Motorsports on the mediums. And gap didn't really change. So the number 7 crew went on to the softs as expected. P8 for the moment. The 66 also using the soft tire compound now after a long stint on the mediums. P10 we have the number 4 Mazda RX Vision for the Portugal All-Stars. Soft tires it is again. P11 it is Inferno Motorsport, and I just spotted that Feel Good Racing, the 303 car, they went onto the hard tire compound. We will confirm that in a second. Ooh, give me a second. Just need to prepare something in the background for the next driver swap. Hey. So, back to the running order. The number 1 car, the esports race Salon Porsche, on soft tires now as well. And yeah, the Feel Good Racing Dodge Viper on hard tires on the outlap. But with the damage already, so not ideal. We see the 73 car is in again, and what are they going to use? Soft tire again, so soft, medium soft for ERS. Well, that is a P10 for now, just behind the number 4. Oh, let's have a look at the gap between P2 and P3. That went down to roughly 2 seconds. The black AMG is pushing. Tires still okay, I think, with 18 laps to go in this first driver stint of the 12 hours at Bathurst. We should see a battle for position very soon between those two. Probably the same situation here as well. Battle for P4, Project One Racing and QRT Esports. Also the lead, the car on mediums, the chase car on the soft tire compound. AMS in P6 with roughly 4 seconds on those mediums. They have 8.5 seconds the gap to the Sector 7 racing crew, who are currently running on the softs. Another 5.7 to the GT Finland racers. And this could get interesting as well. Number 4 car versus the 73. Battle for P9, just 1.7 seconds. And the 27 Inferno Motorsport BMW AM6 in P11, less than 3 seconds that gap. But just have a look at those gaps, and Feel Good Racing, they pitted for not new tires, but to fix the damage, and they are now a lap down on our race leader, Antonio, for OVO Esports, doing a crazy job today. 38 seconds that gap to P2, and this is the battle now for position, less than a second. Mew versus Maddie, two of the fastest drivers in the game. So when will we see the move? If Medi can keep that gap roughly around 3 to 4 tenths coming out of Forest Elbow, and he should be in a good position to attack. Dipper, oh no! That was a big one, a big moment. Miu Miu lost the car, the rear. Has to wait now. He cannot turn. Oh, let's see. But again, I think the rear got loose and then Maddie had nowhere to go. Yep, he clipped the wall. That's an unlucky moment for sure for the 224 crew. Massive damage now on that car, front and rear, and they lost so much time. And they have to pit now. So what's the decision? Probably don't change tires, just fix the damage. But that's a big blow to the team's ambitions for this race, of course. They were in a really good position to fight at least for the podium. Now, with that mistake, I think they will drop outside of the top 10. Yeah, here comes P8, P9, P10. When Miu Miu going aggressive, soft tires again, so again that's the tricky part of this year's competition. Like, do you want to now really go aggressive and use one of your soft sets? Now you won't have them available later on in this race. So yeah, but I think the team is in communication, and they will now probably adjust their overall team strategy. No, but yeah, big moment in this race, definitely. But let's also talk about Antonio Santos for OVO Esports. What a stint so far. Qualified that car on pole position yesterday. Led the grid to green. Led every single lap so far. Sets the fastest lap of that stint. And has a massive 43-second gap to the next driver. P2 then Alien Motorsports Maddie from P13 couldn't make the qualifying session yesterday, unfortunately. Had some technical difficulties. So the top two teams, they went for soft so far for this opening driver stint. P3 then we have Project 1 Racing. So currently the best car in the championship standing in this race here as well. So P3 in this race, P4 overall. But here comes the Audi R8 for QRT Esports, the only Audi on the grid. And they're on the soft tire compound. 7/10th, so they're still having the tire advantage, but for how long? That's the question. So we will see the crossover point happening. For now, the pace looks strong in the Audi. Ooh, bit wide. The grass losing a little bit of speed coming out of turn number 1. But nothing too major, so half a second. That gap. What about the gap between P5 and P6? So under 5 seconds. The AMS Porsche on the mediums versus the Sector 7 Racing Blazers GTR on softs. Good pace so far. Bringing that gap down. For the best Viper, remaining Viper, the 2 of them still on the grid. The 66 car for GT Finland races in P7. Elite Racing Squad with Adi in that BMW M6 P8. And number 4, Mazda for the Portugal All-Stars. They have a BMW right behind them. It's Inferno Motorsport, the 27 BMW M6 with slightly better tires at this stage. And gets a good run. Should be in a great position to go for a move. Coming down the Comrade Straight. Again, side by side. Braking. And a bit too deep for the Dutch driver. Again, having some trouble to keep that car straight. The grass is a bit slippy. And let's see what happened again. So side by side. And a bit too late, maybe. Yep. Carrying too much pace and then couldn't get that car onto the gray stuff. Avoids the spin. But in the end, losing a position to the 224 Ferrari Miu Miu. So back into the top 10, who is on the softs and is pushing. Again, P12, we have the 54 AMG for my team, Esports division. Roughly 4 seconds to Frosty in the number 1 Race Asylum Porsche. And our championship leaders not with the opening stint they had envisioned. Soft, and now the hard, so to 31 the gap to the leaders. So 1 lap down. But they need some miracles. Now, let's go back to the fight for P3. It's 12 laps to go in this stint. And it, at least from what I can tell, it looks like that we may have reached some kind of crossover point now between the worn softs on Skyline's car and the mediums on Archivord's. So it's definitely not an advantage for the Audi, just because of the tires. Yeah, a bit squirrely coming out of the dipper, losing a little bit of time. What's the situation between Drift King and Cheech, AMS versus Sector 7 Racing? I think the 7 car, they went a bit longer on that first medium stint now. The soft tires still looking okay, so pushing, and it's compared the lap times. Low to mid 202s for the number 7, and it's 203s now for the 23 car. That lap a 203 for Skyline, a 202 for Archivord. Yeah, it looks like now that the advantage will shift towards the mediums. At this stage of the race. 2.6, 2.5. The number 7 car is still gaining. Will it be enough before the end of that stint, though? So no immediate pressure for the 66 car at this stage. 4.5 the gap to RDU has just recorded his personal best last time around. What about Miu Miu in that 224 Ferrari? It's P9 again. Personal best. 4 seconds that gap. He definitely has the freshest soft tires for now. But after that little off track, Tonkanen needs to recover. It's less than 3 seconds. The gap to Zadaxium in P4. Well, he's gaining. Number 4 is struggling with the lap times at the moment. 203s, 204s. Maybe it was a penalty or somewhat involved. Let's wait for this lap. Uh, 204.0, so Tonkanen is gaining more than a second on this lap. Under 4 seconds to P12. And unlucky for Frosty, again running with some front damage on that Porsche. 7.5 the gap to P12. The gap to Timgren in P14, that's a big one. 56, 57 seconds for now. So, and we just missed something, so it's Nearly 5 seconds and damage for the 64 car. Coming towards the end of lap 51, so it's still 9 laps to go. With damage, what's the call here? Stay out. Finish the stint with the damage. I think it was on the last lap, a 205.6. Maybe this is where it happened. Let's have a look at the lap time. 2037, yeah. I don't know. Can the 23 crew close that gap? And what about the Blazers? 7 Sector Racing with a really good stint, medium softs used, P14 to P6 in this stint, and it's not the end of the stint, so maybe 1 or 2 positions still up for grabs. Right, down to 1.2, 1.34, so not the best exit, still gaining. We stay on the 23, so we also see the gap to the 64 in front. Roughly 4 seconds, so what's the lap time? 2:03.9. 7/8 tenth slower. And 2:02s for the number 7. Lost a little bit this time. Maybe it's Drift King who is in the best position. At the moment his mediums are looking good. He's gaining on the 64 there. Tire wear's kicking in. The damage definitely slowing them down. This could get very, very close for the QRT Esports car. Less than 3 seconds. The 23, they are smelling some blood here. With a good run. The 7, they cannot really bring that gap down anymore. Also, tire wear kicking in on those soft tires. So this is where the action is. Probably just another run down the order for a brief moment. Antonio, nearly 50 seconds that gap for OVO Esports in P1. P2, we have Alien Motorsport with Maddie. Roughly 10 seconds then to Project One Racing, Accurate GT in that number 20 Porsche. Then 64 QRT Esports Audi P4, struggling with tire wear and damage. P5, the 23 Apex Motorsport Porsche, closely followed by the number 7 Nissan GTR, driven by G4 Sector 7 Racing Blazers in P7. We have the 66 Dodge Viper. And for GT Finland Racers, just 1.3 seconds that gap to Adi. Then in the 73 ERS BMW M6, and under a second Miu Miu is flying in the 224 Ferrari 296 for NWR Esports. So also that fight for P7 could get very, very interesting. Another close battle on track for P10. It is number 4 Portugal All-Stars Mazda RX Vision against the 27 BMW for Inferno Motorsports. P12, we have my team, Esports. P13, it's Esports Race Asylum, the number 1 in Porsche. And P14, the 303 Dodge Viper. So, this one or this one? I don't know, I have to jump back and forth, I think, between Battle for P7 and Battle for P4. So those 3 cars now really, really close. Yeah, the 23 right behind the 64 now. You see that Audi is struggling, really struggling. Now uphill. Again, touched, I think, the wall coming out of the dipper. This should be now the opportunity for the 23. We see the number 7 also close behind. And drifting up position, P4. It's still not over for the 64. Still 5 laps to go in the stint. And looks like the damaged Audi will be a sitting duck on the Comrade straight. He gets a nice little tow down the mountain straight, though. Can keep the Nissan GTR, the number 7, just behind. And struggles with the exit. So the gap to Drift King already a second. This is good news for the 23. Decent run up towards Skyline. Now down the S's into the Dipper. Should be advantage for the Nissan. For 10th, so the Audi still gets a little bit of a tow down the straight. Could save them. And Yali dropped from P7 to P9. Yali 66 car is on the mediums. The two drivers, P7, P8, Adi and Mew Mew on softs, and Mew Mew pushing Slipstream, pulling out of it, and getting the overtake done. I think it's one of the easier overtakes of this race. So P7 again, or the Ferrari driver. And we did miss the overtake. Maybe we can see it on the replay. Yeah. So Skyline was still ahead. Then struggled a little bit coming out of the chicane. This gave Jeez the opportunity inside line. A little bit of contact, but I think nothing too major. So 64 down to P6. And Mew Mew got past Adi. Can we see that on the replay as well? Yeah, of course we did. Sorry, we saw it live. Nevertheless, it was a nice little overtake. Yep. Go back to the live racing action. What is possible for Mew Mew and the NWR Ferrari is less than 7 seconds to the 64. You see them struggling with the damage and the tire wear. The 7 car now also, the tire wear kicking in. So medium tires, they're performing very well now. P4 for the 23 grew. 11 seconds that gap to P1R in 3rd position on the podium. Another 10 seconds to Maddie for Alien Motorsports in the 999 Black AMG, and Antonio for OVO Esports. 53 seconds. That gap was on a different planet, different universe. I don't know what to say about that performance so far. We go back to Adi 1.4. The gap to Mew Mew cannot keep up with that pace at the moment. Yali is on very worn softs, not on the mediums, but definitely in a worse condition than the drivers in front with the tires. P10 for Tonkanen and got past the number 4. And they might have to defend from the 54 car on those final couple of laps now. 1.2 seconds. Frosty running with the front damage, still in P13. And I think that's Antonio, the leader, right behind, so you could see a next lapping maneuver from our lead car. P14, our championship leaders currently. Big gap to the rest of the grid so far. What is possible for the Feel Good Racing crew? That is the question. Penultimate lap of the stint for Antonio. It should be an easy, nice pass down the straight. And yeah, no drama. Let's see, quickly have a look at the gaps. I think it has settled down a little bit. Mew Mew is close. Mew Mew is really close behind Skyline. There's Antonio. Okay, we need to get back to this. But we don't want to miss out on the driver swaps here as well. And Mew Mew with another position for NWR. P6 it is. And we go into the driver swap sequence now. The next driver is Maddie, and to come into pit lane. T1R is in. Next up, AMS. And Sector 7 Racing, Mew Mew is in, Skyline and Ardi as well, so it's getting closer now. Next driver's in. We're waiting for Frosty. Then we go to Sander for stint number 2.
god. Oh my god, guys. So embarrassing. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. So my dongle for my USB was plugged into my PlayStation and not my PC. So not only did I have any voice, but no card or no game audio either. So bonehead move of the week goes to me. Oh my God, I just wish, I'm sorry I wasn't monitoring my messages, Mr. Yeager. I know you reached out to me about 30 minutes ago asking me what was going on. I'm sorry I wasn't looking at my Discord. But yeah, I've essentially been talking to myself the last half hour. But at least I was covering most of the action. But okay, now let's go back from the top, guys. Really sorry. But yeah, let's have a still got 2/3 of this race left, so at least you guys were able to see the action. Now you can hear the action and hear me commentate on the action. So it was good practice for me, I guess. We got our first pit. We got Team OVO and the car number 111, currently piloted by Monkey Man. Monkey Man Macho. I don't, Monkus Macho. We love the guy. Just call him whatever, whatever we want. So looks like he's gonna be able to come out and hold P1 even post pit. So no worries there. He may have to fight some traffic a little bit though. Got a number of cars coming around turn one on that front straight right now. So right in front of him is Team Portugal. Unfortunately, their livery didn't load. The Portugal All-Stars livery, which is usually in that green and red Portugal flagged themed vehicle. So everybody that's in front of Monkus at the moment is not on the lead lap. So that would be P12. So not quite lapped the entire grid yet, but still a lot of race left. So Monkey will continue to drive hard. Currently with the fastest lap at the 2-minute .6, which I think is about 3 to 4 tenths faster than anybody else. I don't know if any other team has ran in the 2 minutes yet. If it is, it's close. Oh, take it easy there. These going up and down the hill is not a blue flag zone, so hopefully just lift a little bit. There we go. Looks like he is. Lift a little bit more. Don't want to go too wide right here. There we go. Nice fill in and get back on the racing line. But all right, so I haven't seen any others pitting. Unfortunately, another livery that didn't load. 11 of 14 liveries did load, so it's just a few. It's just enough to have not loaded this to at least let me know what teams they are. Obviously, this is Team ALN with ALN Supra piloting our lone Greek driver on the grid. A little bit of a mistake earlier on in the stint. kind of jumped the gun coming out and had to hang out at the front straight until it was his team's time to go. His tire wear is not as good as everybody else's because, well, he decided to come out on a full tank of gas. Obviously, the stewards are going to have to take a good look at that and see what their true track position is. Maybe that adjustment will happen sometime during the stints, or they'll just recalculate it and add that time at the end. Uh, but still battling Windfire. Windfire's still being held up, unfortunately, by Supra. And, you know, another shame because when Supra goes into the pit, they'll probably go into the pits around the same time. So when they come out, you know, Supra's going to have a nice gap because of their much, much higher fuel load. So, essentially, Supra just held up Windfire for Windfire to now have to battle Calster for position. So, I don't know about you guys. After this race, I'm hungry. I'm getting some food. It's early morning here. I got my cup of coffee here. But that's only making me more hungry. So, Calster. I don't know if you guys were watching it on screen earlier without the audio or commentary, but Calster started this stint about 6 seconds behind Windfire. So, he is on a push. He's been on a good push this entire first third of the race, and honestly, this is gonna get interesting between these three cars, all fighting for second place. Calster currently driving for NWR. In that burgundy colored Ferrari. I don't know if this is an official Ferrari color, but it does look good on the 296. I don't know if I'd call that burgundy. I think it looks more burgundy than maroon. Let's ask the chat. What color is this? Is this burgundy or maroon? I'll keep my eyes on the... I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you. It's a mystery. Oh, okay. Alright, so Nuke says it's burgundy. Valkyrie is on their regularly scheduled stop now. This is their second stop of the race. Their first stop was to fix damage, unfortunately, and seeing a lot more of these cars getting past. Oh, man. They started this race in P2. Now they're down to P12. Down to P13 now. Opting for a different strategy for the rest of this race. So I believe they're going to the end. So let's see if they can make up some of those lost positions. But just going P2 to P12 in the matter of 20 laps is less than 20 laps is unfortunate for them. But you know what? I think that they're going to have a nice push here to the end of the race. Let's go back to the top. Monk is still with a really good lead here, a minute and 11 seconds ahead. AMS Windfire finally getting ahead of Supra making their first regularly scheduled stop. But now Windfire has to battle with Calster, which he is bringing that time down a good bit. So imagine a good battle for P2 here. We go through the order real quick. We got ALN GTR with Sector 7 racing Blazers in the number 7 car, as I said earlier, just so I don't have to say the same jokes over and over again. In the car number you would expect them in the Sector 7 racing in the number 7 car. MT Snipes in P5 and QRT, 17 seconds behind ALN GTR. So not a whole lot to worry about. They do have a car that is probably about 5 or 6 seconds ahead of them. A car that's blue flagged, probably the Viper from Feel Good Racing. ALN Supra just pitted from P2, now down to P6. Looks like they're going till the end of the race, so we'll see what their position is at the end of the race. Currently 6.3 seconds behind Mount Snipes and 3.3 seconds ahead of ERS Bezzy. Speaking of ERS, we haven't really had a lot of time to put our camera on this car. Very good looking, white, green, and black. BMW M6 Endurance. Currently our only Polish driver on the track at the moment. The number 73 car is currently in P7, pushing to catch the ALN car currently piloted by Super 77. So let's keep our eye on this. He may be able to catch him. All I know is that Mercedes is really, it's pretty good here. Calster pitting P5. Let's see where he ends up, in front or behind of Supra. It's been in there for a minute. A little bit of a heavier fuel load. Looks like they have, yep, Munkus behind. So matter of time, Munkus may be on a different strategy because he did pit at lap 18. So you guys can do the math there. You could probably figure out what Munkus' team is doing for this stint in specific. Got my team DEFCON in P8. Another Mercedes driver. The number 54 car. With only a 1.2 second gap to Inferno in P9. See how this turn onto Conrad goes. Didn't really take the inside that well. These tires are starting to give a little bit of where your lines just aren't what you want them to be. Inferno about probably just maintaining that gap at this point. Still haven't seen a few of these teams pit, so we got our first Viper on the grid, the Finland team in P10. opting not to change to a new car after the race at Daytona. I personally thought that the Viper would do better at Bathurst because of the two very long straights, but that clearly is not the case here. The number 66 car surely has a lot of work here to try their best to have the best finished result as possible. Currently P10, but still a lot of race left to go. Now we have the Portugal All-Star team. Livery did not load, I apologize. One of the three teams, its livery did not load. Those lap times are starting to go up a bit on PCMSTJ, down into the 204s. So the tires are going the extra long. P1R Valkyrie is currently fighting ERA Jakey. Looks like he had managed to get ahead of him. Was P13 coming out of the pits earlier, now P12. Vipers, or the Porsche do sound really, really good. I do find myself a bit of a fan of this new 992. Now battling. Eee, that was very close. P1R in a position to make a pass here, side to side, on the inside, going into the 90, but opting to stay behind to get on that racing line, as that inside line on that turn specifically is kind of a mess. It's off camber and the curb is can be punishing, so good job on P1R just realizing that and not being too aggressive. Maybe they'll work together to catch the All-Stars team. Currently with a nice little 14-second gap, so P12 and 13 will be working together. And now we have the Super GT just coming out of the pits on a fresh set of tires, a big old tank of gas, so expect this to probably be their last stop of this stint. OVO just completely dominating. Lap 27, Monkey ran a 2-minute .7, which is a little under a tenth slower than his fastest lap, so he is just blazing right now. Currently catching another blue flag in the form of the, dang it, I'm trying to remember, ERS Bezzy in P6. So at some point he's just gonna start chipping away and find himself a lap ahead of P2, so we'll see it over time if the pace continues as such. So ran a 2-minute .8, so still running solid in those 2-minute times. Now Munkins did pit on lap 18, so we'll see. I think with the fuel load that we're seeing, I won't give that up, but you'll see. Not everybody's on the same strategy, you know. Obviously, most people are on the soft medium strategy, but that's not the only strategy, and I'll just leave it at that. So, AMS Windfire due for a pit, I think. Impressive driving here from him in this soft stint. Obviously, you can see that he's coming in on the soft tires with only 1 liter of fuel. Reaching the midpoint, so you can all guess what he will probably be doing for this stint. ALN GTR not too far behind, 16 seconds, opting for a similar strategy. Midpoint of the race was coming in on soft tires with 1%. I'm sure you guys can figure it out from there. But should help them gain some track position here. So, um, gonna have to take a big load or big load of fuel. Add some context there, and take it to the end. If you guys noticed, Windfire came out on the medium tires, so a lot of different strategies here. 2 stops, 1 stops, 1 stops on different tires, 1 stops on longer or shorter stints on the mediums. So, very interesting. Able to stay ahead of Portugal All-Stars coming out of the pit, so good for GTR on not having to battle that situation. Very good driving from ALN GTR. This is his home track, so he's obviously trying to make a good showing here. With the Portugal All-Star team, obviously the entire team is native of Portugal. I think all of them have PSN handles native to Portugal. I don't think we've seen this team pit yet, so we shall see how that goes. Jakey and P1R Valkyrie still battling. That delta has been creeping up. It was neck and neck, now down to 1.3 seconds. As mentioned earlier, Portugal starts coming into the pits as expected. My team DEFCON, I was going to say my con Def team, interesting, still out on the pits. Lots of moving parts right now, so some teams will be gaining positions. Let's start from the top and work our way down, so by the time we get there, those cars will be in their track position. Monkus currently 2 minutes and 2 seconds ahead of ALN GTR, so make that 1 lap ahead of P2 for Monkus. So OVO definitely making a statement, being the first non-Viper finisher in the last race too. Actually, mid-pack of those Vipers in a non-meta car at Daytona was more of enough of an Easter egg to know that this team had a lot more in them as far as where they are as far as talent goes. ALN Supra on a different strategy than Monkus. So they're pretty much just doing their best they can till the end of the race. They're not due for another pit. So Monkus most likely will well, I should say Supra will be able to get himself out of that blue flag once Munkus does his second pit. ERS, first time seeing them in P3, so having themselves a pretty good race at this point. Starting this race, I think around the P7 or P8 position, so doing very well for them. So obviously some cars behind him may still be on the soft tires, so probably won't finish the stint in that position, but good to see them that high in the grid order. Calster been on a strong push this entire race, able to close the gap to P2 at some point. It was a three-way battle with ALN, Supra, Calster, and Windfire. Windfire now 2 seconds behind Calster. Having themselves a pretty good race as well. Putoni was in P10 earlier. The Finland team opting to stay in the Viper, which they're doing pretty good, I would say. The Viper is a hungry car. Definitely uses more fuel. Probably not as good on the tire strategy as well. So hopefully they can salvage a mid pack result at best. So keep an eye on them. ALN GTR not too far behind. I expect to catch the Finns probably within the next lap or two. Probably less. If they can strategize it, Sector 7 Blazers could take advantage of the toe on this front straight and the back straight. But considering how strong the Viper is in the straights, the GTR may have a hard time passing. Would need a very, very good exit at the hairpin before Conrad to have a chance to make a clean pass without losing a whole lot of time. I'm gonna keep my eye on this because it could hold him up. It could hold up the Blazers team. I don't hope that is the case, and I'm sure Team Finland does recognize that. A little rubbing on the wall there. Maybe that was just a little lag spike, but don't follow that closely. Oof. It's too risky, really, in my opinion. Take it. Yep, get that good early rotation there. Take advantage of the slipstream here. Oh, man. Putoni's still pulling away. It's a little heartbreaking here. I really hate this for him, but it might be difficult. As you can see, 1.7 seconds behind on this is just devastating, I think. Because this is what this is going to cause, is this going to cause GTR to possibly try to pass in somewhere other than the straights, you know? and then obviously that puts risk on, puts a little bit of risk on the table. So I just, oh, here he goes. Wow. Okay. Risked it for the biscuit to get ahead. Looked okay from my end. I don't have the replays available, unfortunately. But he did have, it did look like he had position to pass there before going through sector 2, so we shall see. I don't want to be too much of a judge, as I am not a steward, and it's not my job as the broadcaster or the commentator to make those judgments. So I'm just happy that GTR was able to get ahead. ALN or ERS Bezzy coming into the pits. See where they come out. Down to P8, down to P9, P10 I think is, there he is. So looks like Bezzy is going to try his best to stay in Mount Snipes at the QRT. Team will be making a push. Not too far behind. Well, about 13 seconds, of course, is my team in the Mercedes. That battle with Inferno seems to have slowed a little bit. They were close earlier in this race, but it seems that my team was able to get a little bit of breathing room. PCM, STJ with Portugal All-Stars opting for the, I think, the one stop, because they did pit mid-race and they came out on the soft tires. So Super GT 1 minute 22 seconds behind 13th place. So I think they're just here to be here to race and be part of the action. They did win race 1, so you know, if you finish the race, you know, you get 4 points. So you don't want to leave that off the table, because as you can see, that could be the difference between the championship. So, you know, 4 points could matter. Monk is having a little bit of a situation right there. Obviously able to clean it up and get back on the racing line, but went deep on that turn there. ALN Supra in P2 with a 7-point lead on Calster. Calster with NWR in third. Little bit of a gap to Windfire. Windfire in P4 with Apex Motorsports. So could have a little battle here for last podium spot. So looking forward to seeing that. And then ALN GTR in rounding out the top 5 with a 16 second gap ahead and a 15 second gap behind. P1R Valkyrie, who has seen themselves all over the grid in this race, started in P2, then down to P13, has been inching back now up to P6. Good for them. Maybe by the end of this stint, they may have a battle here with the Sector 7 Racing Blazers in P5. So, ERS Bezzy, just a second behind, less than a second behind, still in the tow. We'll try to stay in that tow as long as possible. Actually closing the gap. So obviously, I think almost every team is on a different strategy here. So this is a lot of fun to watch. Let's watch it from the trailing car and see if, unlike the battle against the Viper in the straights, these cars will they'll just try to stay as close as possible to each other going up and down the hill, and then having a better turn in through Conrad, or through the hairpin before Conrad, is the best chance for a car to pass when they're as close as they are on the top end as these two cars. So maybe getting a little bit of a better exit in earlier on the acceleration, the ERS Bezzy. BMW is a little bit better on top end as well. Could be a battle going into this turn at the end of Conrad. And he goes for the move. Beautiful pass. Wow. And then just blocking the following apex to make P1R Valkyrie harder for P1R Valkyrie to make the inside out repass, I should say. So clean move there, but maybe they can work together for a little while. At this point, I think P1R Valkyrie is just wanting to stay in that slip as long as possible, maybe for the next lap or two. Because right now that Bezzy's as fast as he's been this entire race currently. So my team DEFCON currently in P8, pushing away from Inferno too fast in P9. Sorry, the livery didn't load. MT Snipes with QRT rounding out the top 10, currently in a battle with Puntoni. If he could exit Conrad and still be out of the slip of the Viper, it's an opportunity for him to continue building that gap to Team Finland. A little bit of a better exit, but that Viper's already pulling in. So this may take a few laps for this to happen, but Yeah, Putoni's going to just try to stay in the slip as long as possible because he's going to lose that gap through Sector 2 and Sector 3. So, and then obviously Conrad is the opportunity for them to close the gap, but just to lose it again when going through Sector 2 of the following laps. So, over time, um, QRT should be able to close the gap, uh, or open the gap uh, to the Finland's team. All right, and then 2.8 seconds behind them is Team Portugal All Stars, who's very much in the middle of this battle. Ire Jakey pitted at the end of lap 34 or 35. Unsure of the strategy there. And Super GT just having a nice little Sunday drive. And it's obviously it's good sportsmanship to see all drivers staying on the grid and battling it out till the end, even if they don't have the opportunity to get good points. Good point, little points is better than no points. So Monkus, I believe, is the only car on the track opting for the the two stop. Should be pitting at the end of this lap. So, and then to do their last 20 laps on a fresh set of softs. I think Monkey just wants to be the fastest car on the track. Strategy, he will always take the less advantageous strategy just so he can be the fastest car on the track. Been racing with him last couple years, and I've always noticed that about him is he just wants to go fast, like Ricky Bobby. So he's gonna opt for another little. Oh nope, he's going in. I saw he passed over. Oh, he passed over that solid line. I'm gonna keep my eye on him just to see what. I really hope he didn't get himself a pit penalty there. There goes ALN Supra taking P1. Oh wait. Okay, I forgot that he was a lap down. So he unlapped himself. He didn't take P1, but he did unlap himself to get back on the lead lap. Maybe able to hold off the lead lap till the end of this race. Monkus at one point did have the entire grid one lap up. I think at this point yes, he is up on everyone that is P6 or worse. So his personal goal is probably to pass at least Windfire and Calster. And then, yeah, the successive stints will most likely be able to get more than one lap up on the entire grid. So, Supra with an 8-second lead on Calster. Calster has been bringing that down this entire stint. So he's been on the push this entire race, and obviously has helped his team's track position. Maybe not track position in comparison or relative to P1, but it is relative to the rest of the grid. So good job on him. AMS Woodfire still just kind of tucked in a little bit behind Windfire and just kind of in a groove, really. Not in a groove to pass, just in a groove to match. Gap to Windfire and P4, and then a 12. So, and unlike the other teams, the Sector 7 Blazers actually have a good number of Australian native drivers. So if there's any team that's the home team, it is the Sector 7 Racing Blazers. So we'll expect a strong result there from them. So good luck to my team. Iris Bezzi currently just having a really good race in P6. I think are no more than 10 seconds apart, and a lot of them are 2 to 5 seconds apart as well. Although spread out, not terribly far from one another. So, and then we have Valkyrie here, P7. Started this stint in P2, but had a little bit of a spill. We got some damage. Had to pit around lap 9. So still 4 stints left, so they may be able to opt for maybe better tire strategy, and maybe one of their faster drivers, even though Valkyrie is a very good driver. Got my team DEFCON here. There's a little bit of a battle here for P8 and 9. It seems that Inferno has been staying within that 2-second or so gap behind the Mercedes. And then we have another battle here for P10. The Finns are about 8 seconds behind Inferno, but 1.5 seconds behind, or only 1.5 seconds behind is QRT. MT Snipes. Now I think the Finland team here felt that staying in the Viper was not required, as I guess the car change that they have tentative happen after race 1. So I wouldn't imagine they stick with the Viper. Um, yeah, yeah. We'll keep an eye on that. Then we have MT Snipes here. Wow, wow. That was a nice little move there for the All-Star Portugal All-Star team, able to get really good slipstream going out of Conrad and make the pass before the end, and then just go deeper into the braking. That particular chicane at the end of Conrad, it makes it so that if you could just get ahead, it makes a successive repass difficult, because that car is kind of parked where it needs to be, where the car behind needs to be in order to be able to take position back. So good move there on them. Expect a battle between them probably through the end of the race. Jakey, not too far behind QRT. Um, could be in play for a battle for position shortly. All right, Monkus. I can see he is really closing the gap on Windfire. So it's definitely not a great position for that battle with Calster and Windfire. When in the middle of that battle for position, they have to start uh, considering the blue flag that's being waved. So sometimes some teams are able to just strategize around it and actually take advantage of it. It not in a way that is um, obstructive or blocking, um, but in a way that they're just minimizing the potential time lost. Like um, sometimes just where the car is on the track when the blue flag starts, or when there's a lot of variables in the situation, but it is possible for a team who's in battle for position to close the gap because of a blue flag. Well, it seems like Calster and Supra, that gap has kind of equalized, and uh, not I don't know, maybe it may stay that consistent through the end of the race. So good on them for being able to round out P2. Calster and Windfire still, that 2 to 3 second gap. It probably was about 2 seconds earlier in the race, but now it's up to 3 seconds. That blue flag light is on. Blue flags are waving. Windfire doesn't have to give up the position until OVO is about 1 second in the rear view. So it looks like it's about a 2 second gap right now. So maybe if Monkus finds himself in the tow coming on to Conrad, by the end of Conrad, Windfire could give the position back to Monkus, and Monkus can give a little bit of a tow to Windfire to help close the gap to Calster. At least that's what I would do. You know, allow Monkey to get past as cleanly and as quickly as possible, just like that, and just tuck in on that toe. It may be difficult for Windfire to do that only because OBO is on soft tires and Windfire opted to go onto the mediums. Just try to hold on to the toe here. Going through turn one. I think he has a little bit of a toe. Unfortunately, Calster was only 3 seconds ahead of Windfire, now 4, so it seems Windfire lost about a second with the blue flag, which is not bad, actually. It's actually pretty good. ALN GTR, his gap to Windfire has not changed, but ERS Bezzy is on the move. He is only 4.5 seconds behind. So there will be a battle there for the top 5. Valkyrie, as you guys saw earlier, Valkyrie was right next to Bezzy. But at this point of the race, I think it's okay for me to say that Bezzy is on the soft tires, which is why he's able to gain a lot of track position at this point of the race, because a lot of the other drivers are currently on medium tires, including Valkyrie, which is why that gap's up to almost 10 seconds now. So Valkyrie's kind of in his own thing. He's got some clean air in front of him, and he just does have to consider Feel Good Racing, I think, is the next car on the track to them. So hopefully that blue flag's quick and easy, and no issues with the pass there. My team Defcon with an 11-second gap to Valkyrie seems to have built a little bit of a gap to Inferno. It was under 3 seconds earlier. Now it's a little over 3, so still keeping pace. If there is a pace difference, it's less than a tenth per lap, if not even closer, maybe 5/100ths of a lap difference on average. Punt Tony of the Team Finns still ahead of Team Portugal All-Stars. Will probably be difficult for them to make a pass, as that Viper's top end is really good, and I guess the best thing we could hope for as far as the Portugal All-Star teams is that it's an overall net positive for them to be behind the Finland Viper in the straights for the tow, and the loss in sectors 2 and part of sector 3 is not bad. You know, it's still a net positive for them. because it's just going to be difficult. It's just going to be difficult for them to pass, even if they are, you know, faster pace wise. Jakey cutting the gap down a little bit to the Portugal All Star team, because earlier it was about 6.5, 7 seconds. Now it's 5.2. So um, this may be a similar dynamic to what we saw earlier with P2, P3, and P4. You know, that battle for position, allowing that car that's straggling behind to close the gap. So if Puntoni and PCM SCJ continue to battle each other, um, ERA may find themselves in an opportunity to uh, get ahead of both. I don't know. And round out that top 10. So we have a battle here for the top 10 for sure. Uh, and then, yep, not sure what happened to QRT. Looks like on lap 47, they had a little bit of a spill. Um, as you see, the lap time there is a 2:07. Um, well, there is no damage. So whatever happened, whatever spill happened, happened without the inclusion of a barrier. So good for them on being able to minimize the damage. Oh, not a successful overtake there. There was an attempt, but they backed out. Um, it's a tough place to take a turn, only because on that apex you have to rotate the car earlier and get on the inside, and going too wide there is very difficult. Yeah, it's Super GT here. Not a lot of worries in front or behind, just kind of running the laps, getting some practice in, I guess. Monkus currently on the prowl. ALN Supra is probably about 3 seconds ahead on this lap. So that blue flag, as you see, it's already waving. So ALN is tracking that. And as that rear view image of that Porsche gets closer, um, they'll have to um, obviously make that consideration to get out of the way and allow OVO to pass. As you saw, the Porsche is only 1/1000th off its fastest lap at the moment, but that downhill did look a little sketchier than usual for them, so I'd imagine this is probably a red by a little bit more. Yep, it went from 1/1000th to 1.5 hundredths, which is still a pretty damn good sector, if I must say so. Because that tire wear is starting to set in a little bit, it's still good. The fuel burn's happening, so um, you know, Monkey's just trying to stay in the 2 minutes as long as possible before the 2 minutes and one is inevitable. As speaking of which, it was a 2 minute .999, so I see an occasional 201, a low 201 here and there from Monkus, but generally still able to pump out those 2 minutes, high 2 minutes. Currently purple. There we go. All right, maybe it's gotten to that point where the fuel burn equilibrates with the tire. The fuel burn and the tire burn have met that optimal point, giving them the opportunity to put maybe a new purple down. It is unfortunate that the ALN is ahead of them with the blue flag currently waving, but may opt out of passing just so Monkus can try to get a better fastest lap down. He's doing a really good job here, and he is really moving. Oh, actually, he lost 2/10 through that sector, so maybe that optimal time has already passed to stay in the to at least establish a new fastest lap. But is now in the tow. I'm sure Munkus is a little disappointed with himself right now, being purple through sector 1. Ooh, half a second down now. Alan will have to give position here and that loss, so Munkus is now 1 lap ahead of the entire grid. So OVO currently on track to just completely dominate this race. So good for them. Alan Supra, I think on one of their slower laps, 2:04.4 on the last lap, only because probably had to lose a second or so to give way for that blue flag. Calster still about 8 seconds behind ALN. NWR still trying to get their podium position secured for this race. Still got 8 hours of racing after this stint. Windfire still lingering there. Was 4 seconds because of the blue flag. Back down to 3 seconds, so they have very equal pace. Still running. Yep, both teams still running in the low 203s, but that 3 second gap is generally unchanged. ERS Bezzy has, I did miss that overtake, has gained P5 on ALN GTR with the Sector 7 Racing Blazers. Still a good showing from them, just a little behind pace, but not too much. Still in a really good position here in P6. But Bezzy has been pushing really hard this race and just doing really well. So may not have enough to catch Windfire on this stint, but we'll do whatever we can to drop that time from 18.4 to probably 15 or so. Maybe less. We got about 8 racing laps to go for these drivers on this lap. I think there's only 7 laps left for Munkus. So, well, 6 after he finishes this lap. So, Valkyrie cutting in a little bit of time there on the Sector 7 Blazers team. P1R Valkyrie, of course, recovering from a little bit of a wreck earlier on in the race. It does seem that those cars, or those teams that opted for the one-stop soft strategy, are kind of losing a lot of time right now. I mean, it is definitely a viable strategy if you're pretty good at tire saving, but at this point, it's really hard to weigh the pros and cons of doing, 29 or 30 laps on soft tires, because at that point the mediums are faster, uh, generally. That gap is DEFCON to, or my team to Inferno is still very, very, very close. It's been about 3 seconds for quite some time. That battle, was able to get past. Portugal All Stars was able to get past Finland. It is nice to see that a lot of these teams have some national ties. Obviously, the Portugal All-Star teams is all Portuguese, while the Finland team is all Finns. And then we have some other teams like the ALN. Is it ALN? Hold on. Oh, ERS. The ERS team is actually mostly Poles. So the Polskis, and it's pretty cool to see some teams that have a lot of national ties. Sector 7 Blazers does have a number of Australian drivers, but do have drivers from, Canada and UK and just a number of drivers from different places. P&R is a nice mixed bag of French and UK. I think the QRT team does have a number of French drivers, and the same with the Super GT. I think they have a number of drivers for 1 second penalty there for just hitting. It seems that the better you hit Dipper, if you hit Dipper perfectly, like you're able to rotate the car just perfectly to go over all four tires over the Dipper grass area, you get yourself a nice little 1 second penalty there, which in my opinion is not fair, but PD may not make changes there. I think Jakey had a little bit of a spill on lap 51. Must have pitted on lap 51 and fixed the damage, but lost a good amount of time there. So last year's champions find themselves in P13 this race for the moment. It's still a long race, and it's even a longer season. So, considering our race leader last race is currently in 14th, I expect the standings after this race to have a lot of good battles as far as the season standings go. So looking forward to seeing those numbers after this round. Monk is still out there with some really good tires. And just really good fuel load too. Hopefully enough to, they got after they finish this lap, they'll have 3 laps to go. Does seem to have a low fuel load, so may need to They need a early or short shift it a little bit just to make sure that they can get to the end. Wow. Oh, unfortunately, a little bit of a spill there for Team OVO. The damage overall should be quite minimum because it is towards the end of the stint. Only 3 laps to go after this. ALN currently in P2, has been in P2 for most of this race. Unsure of their true track position at the moment due to the pit, uh, the mistake there that they had at the beginning, coming out of the pits a little early. Really hard to, really difficult to make those corrections and impose a penalty in the middle of a race may be difficult. So chances are they'll probably just tack on whatever adjustment for that early pit release. Obviously, they'll try to correct it to the right time. If there is an additional penalty there for failure to obey the rules or the the the, the law, the regulation behind the driver transitions, there may be an additional penalty on top of that. Probably can't speculate too much on what that would look like, but it shouldn't be a race ending decision. But just a just a little reminder is, hey, we're giving you a penalty because you didn't follow the rules. May affect you a position, maybe a position or two, but whatever. But yeah, I'll just stop it there because I can't speculate too much on that. Looks like Kelster has gained about a half second on Supra, but it also looks like Windfire has gained about a second and a half on Kelster. So things are heating up here towards the end. If Windfire could find himself in the toe of Calster towards these last 2 laps, 3 laps, then they can carry this battle when the driver change happens for the next stint. That was a very good turn 1 for Windfire. That just looked beautiful. The rotation, a little bit of wheel spin, but just overall, just looked pretty. I don't know. ERS has now built up a 9-second gap to ALN GTR, while Valkyrie has cut his down a couple seconds as well. It was about 10 seconds earlier, now it's down to 7.6. So the tire wear is starting to affect ALN GTR's race. So hopefully, Sector 7 Blazers will take a look at that. And personally, I don't know. I always felt that the soft strategy was just too punishing for the tires. Let's go to the top. Munkus is now on his penultimate lap. Will be starting his final racing lap in the next 20 seconds or so, 15 seconds. So he does have damage to the rear. bumper and the left rear wheel, but it's his last lap, so it won't be too punishing. It happened on lap 57, so generally, Munkus has had an absolutely, I wouldn't say flawless race, but a very, very good race. Do a quick run through before we get to the next stint broadcast. ALN Supra currently P2 with Team ALN, Alien, and then Calster with NWR currently P3 with Windfire, just 1 second behind. 19 seconds behind is ERS, and the BMW M6 currently piloted by Bezzy. And then 10 seconds behind him is ALN GTR from Sector 7 Blazers and the Nissan GTR. 7 seconds behind is P1 of Valkyrie in the 992, recovering from a bit of a mistake earlier. My team in the Mercedes AMG currently 12 seconds in P8 behind Valkyrie, but only 1.5 seconds in front of Inferno, too fast, in P9. P10, we have the Portugal All-Star team. Rounding out our top 10 with a close battle for position, though, is the Team Finland Viper. Mount Snipes in the QRT Audi unfortunately had a bit of a moment here. It looks like they opted for the one-stop strategy on softs, as again, that is a punishing strategy. Munkus, first into the pits. Very good race from him. Coming in with 0 fuel. And will finalize his race while the rest of the grid starts their final lap. ALN Supra. Actually, let's see if there's the battle. Let's watch this battle. AMS Windfire. Still a second behind Calster. AMS Windfire, of course, is known as, in the GT7 community, as one of the proponent testers and tuners out there in GT Planet, and everybody knows that those AMS guys do love themselves some tuning endurance races. That's kind of their speciality. So I do want to apologize for my audio mishap earlier. Went about 30 minutes without any sound. I apologize. Just bonehead mistake of the day. I will make it up to you. But great job from all the drivers here in Stint 2. Looking forward to seeing the action in Stint 3. But now they will all start filtering in. Elite Racing Squad coming into the pits. Ooh, oh, my team DEFCON had a bit of a spill on the last lap of the race. They're definitely kicking their selves in the, what is the expression? Well, they're kicking themselves for that. They're not a fan of that. They looked like they lost about 8 seconds. ERA Jakey coming in. Definitely, I would say he's probably disappointed with his stint as well. Unfortunately, 2 laps down. And Super GT about 50 seconds behind. Had a little bit of a moment, or I don't know when that happened, but they did get damage. I think it might have been lap 58. That time's a little high, even for their standards.
On my end, bear with me for a short second. It looks okay. Just to make sure, powered, but our battery. So, go, go, go! So we have the OVO team, and in the lead, OVO Esports, the 111. Gregu currently behind the steering wheel in P2. It's Alien Motorsports. Maddie. And in the 999 AMG. In P3, we have the 224 Ferrari 296 or the NWR Motorsports team. Mew Mew again. Now with the second stint of the event. And then we have the number 23 Apex Motorsports, Dev Sun, now driving that Porsche 911. 3.8 seconds, just in the gap. P5, we have Elite Racing Squad, so great race so far for the Polish team. the BMW M6 on a good run. But they didn't make it into the top 7 shootout qualifying yesterday. Now they are running a P5. In P6 we have Project 1 Racing. It's Archivert again for the second stint of the day. They were running with a top group in the first stint, had I think a couple of whoopsies in that second. Now let's see what is possible for the team. P7, it's the number 7 car. Sector 7 Racing Blazers Cody. Under 2 seconds that gap to the number 20. With the Portugal All-Stars in P8. The number 4 Mazda Vision RX. Then in P9 it's the Dodge Viper Matu. Qualified that car yesterday and just missed out on the shootout by a couple of thousandths. Think so. Started P8, running P9 for now in that red and black Viper. In 10th position we have Inferno Motorsport. Oh, Flores sitting in that 27 car. So they had a rough start to the race. Can they recover? For now it's a P10. In P11 we have the My Team Esports AMG Kypso driving also I think the second stint of the day. P12 we have a bit of a weird one, so there were like connection issues for Skyline. So this is the QRT Esports Audi, but it has a different livery showing, so it was announced in chat that they would be running with a different livery. There will be some sort of reprimand because of that. We'll see about that after the race, of course. For now, let's race. So Skyline was actually also running in the top 5, 6 in the first stint. Now the team dropped down to P12 currently. So remember that car is the 64 QRT Esports car. In 13th position we have Esports Race Asylum Crew Casa in the number 1 Porsche. And our championship leaders, the Feel Good Racing Crew, the 303 Dodge Viper, they also had not the ideal start to the race. Had damage, pitted early, had to use the hard tires in the first stint, running in P14 in the Dodge Viper. So yeah, I guess many of us were surprised that they didn't swap the car for the second round. So we still have the Feel Good Racing team and the GT Finland Racers who started with the Dodge Viper for Daytona, still keeping that car for round number 2. Other teams, they have opted to use their 1-3 car swap for the season already. So that's why we have 2 Dodge Vipers left on that grid currently. And so far the story of this race is the 111 car, the OVO Esports Porsche. They are just smashing it today. They have lapped the entire field after 4 hours of racing. So Antonio and Monkeys, they went just all out crazy pace for the first 2 stints. and a 2-minute gap. And in P2, it's the black AMG, Maddie with the second stint of the day. Here as well, the 999 car. They started P13 and went all the way up to P2, but it looks like it's the race for best of the rest with the OVO team today, just destroying the competition. So let's have a look. Gregu is on that soft tire compound. Oh, he touched the wall. A little mistake, but no damage, so all good. So Maddie is on the softs as well, and Mew Mew in third for the NWR Motorsports crew on softs as well. So many teams using the soft tires early on this race. Shut up, Grantis. Yeah, you're not in here. But all good. I got you. So you will be on the comms for stint number 5. So if you're missing Grantis, he will be joining us for a stint. Don't you worry. P4, it's Dev Sun for Apex Motorsports. So they're also on the soft sea. I was just touching upon the tires, so said it in the first stint and repeat myself, but we have the tire allocation rule now in place for round number 2. So there are 9 sets of soft tires available for the entire 12 hours. So people are using the soft tires already quite heavily. So at some point they are forced to use a different tire compound. It will be interesting to see what tires then they will be used when the softs are getting to a very low amount. So yeah, 9 sets of softs, 4 of the medium, 6 of the hards available for the 12 hours for the teams. So I think that Valkyrie had 1 or 2 whoopsies during that second stint. So that's why they dropped down to P6 for now. They were running P2, P3 in the first stint. But if Sixander is still in chat, he can maybe tell exactly what happened to the 20 car then during the second stint. We also have the number 7 crew, one of the bigger movers in the grid, started a P14, running P7 now, and they are using the medium tires for that first part of stint number 3. Yeah, it's definitely a challenging track. The walls are close in the mountain section, and with the level of competition, I think, in this year's GT Endurance Championship, so it's tough. So if you take it too easy, you lose too much time, and yeah, if you risk it a bit too much, you end up in the wall, having some damage. on your car, that's also not really helpful. So that's why, yeah, this is probably one of the toughest races, I reckon, for the entire season. So of course we do have like the Nürburgring 24-hour there for us, and also the Spa 24, especially with the crazy weather stuff. But I think, like, yeah, this and Nürburgring, I think, are the most challenging races for the teams and the drivers. So oops, didn't want to skip past the Inferno Motorsports BMW in P10 currently, but I don't know, maybe I should skip looking at them. So sorry to the team and to Jaden, one of our commentators, who is also team manager. Every time I look at the car, it is running with the damage, unfortunately. So again, early on in the stint, the car has some damage on the front and on the left suspension here as well. So again, how can they adapt to those mistakes, those little mistakes that are costly with the damage? So will they just stay out or switch to a medium tire, go for a longer medium stint than we wanted? But yeah, just 9 laps in on those softs, so, and you probably have to use the softs as long as possible. But they are still like the fastest tire compound all around, so yeah. Again, not the easiest decisions to make for the teams this season with the tire allocation rule in place, so adding another layer of complexity and strategy options to the teams. So from the view as an organizer and streamer, broadcaster, producer, I really dig it. Like, so you have to react to the things you in the previous season. If you made a mistake, you could probably just go for a new soft tire and push again. So with the limited sets, you're a bit restricted to do that. So you have to keep in mind that there are still 7.5 hours and a bit more even left in this race, and your teammates, they also want to have decent or good tires still available to use. So that's why this is quite interesting, this change, and yeah, hope it adds a little bit more to the excitement of the endurance races for this season. So we had a couple of small adjustments to, like, the rulebook stuff, and we went from 10 to 8 races on the calendar, so it gives the organization a little bit more room to breathe and recover from those events. And also I think one of the nice additions to this year's qualifying was like the change for the top 7, so that one shot shootout where the entire focus is just on you, so everyone is watching your entire lap. But that adds to the excitement, definitely. I think it's hard for Alien to catch the leaders, so they are 2 minutes and 5 seconds behind the leaders for now. So it's not impossible. You know, like with the game and stuff. We had it in previous races, in the previous seasons, so often that at some point a disconnect can happen to anyone. But I think this might be the only hope, if you call it hope, for Alien Motorsports to catch the leaders. Otherwise, the 111 car is just crazy fast today. On the other hand, as you said, Magic Foster in chat with Maddie. Nothing seems impossible. So we will keep an eye on that. You still, yeah, we still have 7.5 hours to go. You see that a timer ticking down on the top of your screen. So for now, it looks like it is the OVO Esports team running away with it for round 2 here at Bathurst. But I think the battle for the podium is still quite close, interesting. So Maddie in P2, Mew Mew for NWR in P3, roughly doing the same pace at this stage, and also Devson for the Apex Motorsports crew. So yeah, some extremely fast drivers on track here as well. So Maddie will be competing in this year's World Tour, World Series live events. Then for VW in the manufacturers, Mew Mew did compete for Nissan in the manufacturers cup last season. Devson, aka Andrew Brooks, was a World Tour finalist, I think a couple of years ago, representing Canada. So yeah, talent everywhere you look. Also, we shouldn't forget about the Polish team. Oh, Mew Mew did qualify this year as well. Thank you, Calster, for the info. They also, Calster did a stint here for the team. It's currently running in P3. And yes, I was just talking about the 73 car, so they have a strong race so far. P5 looks very solid at this stage, so the gap to P1R in P6, 17 seconds. It's, I think, a nice little cushion currently. Also, one of the GT Sport World Tour legends, Cody, for the Sector 7 Racing Blazers team. They're doing a really good job in the Nissan on the mediums currently, so I think the Blazers are setting themselves up for a push towards the end on the soft tires, so they have been using the mediums now for the first stints, so they will be in a position to push later on. Yeah. We'll see. Then in P8, the number 4 car also. I feel like it's nice to see the grid order being shaken up a little bit compared to the first race at Daytona, where it was like the teams that opted to go for the Dodge Viper. It was just crazy to see the pace difference in this car compared to the rest. So this round we have a very strong Porsche 911 with the 111 crew in the lead, but then we have Mercedes, AMG, the Ferrari in there. We see the Nissan, we see the Mazda. So yeah, closer racing here at Bathurst for round number 2. And it looks like Goncaso is gaining on Cody. So in P9 we have the 66 GT Finland Racers car. So one of the 2 remaining Vipers on the grid for round 2. Let's see if they will use their free car swap for the season after the round. Yeah, I was quite impressed yesterday with Matu's qualifying performance in that Viper. Nearly got into the top 7, and then also Matu, like one of the GT Sport World Series drivers here as well. So everywhere in this grid you see like so much talent here for the teams this year. And I don't know if you have followed the pre-quali, so there's still a couple of more very fast drivers on the roster for some of the teams, so maybe we'll get to see them throughout the season here as well. Would be lovely to see. So I think we had like Adriano Carrazza in there. Twitchy Guy Barbara is on one of the teams. So yeah, so I guess for the IRO and the GTEC, feeling quite humbled to see all those drivers joining our little endurance racing series here. And yeah, I guess it's not too bad what we have set up here, and as a league, as a format, to be able to do some endurance racing on Gran Turismo 7. So yeah, shout out again to the drivers, to the teams, and for trusting in us and racing with us, and yeah, providing a good show and all of it. So again, it feels like already we are at the end of season. No, we're just getting started here, round 2. So it's still a lot of racing in this one left, and also for the season. So I guess I will bring up the schedule a bit later on again on the screen, and so we can have a look what is still to come in 2026. Now what is Skyline is gaining on crypto for the My Team Esports AMG, but there's a good reason behind. Crypto is using the mediums currently, the Skyline pushing on those softs. And yeah, this is, I said it in the part 2 stream chat, here in P13 and P14 we have the Esports Race Asylum number 1 and the 303 Feel Good Racing Viper. So there, the Viper is P1 in the championship standings after round 1, and the esports team P3, you see it on the bottom of your screen on the overlay. So they're running P13 and 14 in this race. And this could be a big push, of course, then for the 111 OVO esports team. So they finished best of the rest at Daytona. If I'm not mistaken, it was P5, I think so. They could be looking at taking over the championship lead. Maybe after this round, if it stays like this. And at this very moment, I just spotted that Gregu is running with some damage on that car. So it gives Maddie unlapped himself, right? So just here. And there's a request to show ERS, please. So of course I can do that. So currently a bit of no man's land in P5, the gap to P4, 27.5 seconds, behind 16.3. So not much cars around that car. We have a look at the gap between Devson and Mew Mew. P3, P4, 5 seconds. Looking at the lap times, not much of a difference. Half a second maybe. Then over those last couple of laps between them. But Matty with a good run, so yeah, he unlapped himself. Now is joining the OVO esports team on the lead lap again. And yeah, incident must have happened around lap 16, I think, for our race leaders. See, since then 2-minute 4s. Now so this is also now probably something to consider for the team. Looks like they're roughly losing 2.5 seconds per lap. No, and the gap is still big, very big, of course, but I don't know, probably the car doesn't feel that good anymore with that damage. So, but they're staying out. We have a look at the lap time. See, another 2:04. Yeah, just so. Ooh. Could be also an opportunity for Mew Mew. .202s versus 2:04s. That's, yeah, 2.6, 2.7 seconds quicker last time round. He will probably also get to the back of Gregu and unlap himself at this rate. There's a nice little gap to Devson now. 2037. So that was not the best lap ever. And lost, I think, now roughly 2 seconds over the last couple of laps. So where is Miu Miu compared to Gregu? Yeah, he's on that straight, and we should see Ferrari now coming down the Conrad. So this could be a good opportunity then for NWR to unlap themselves before the first pit stop. Not getting out of the 204s with that damage. 202s for Maddie, 203 Miu Miu. The tire starting to fade a little bit, I think, now on those cars. Well, let's run down the order, see if we have missed something. Doesn't look like for the top 6 at this stage, but here we go. The number 4 in P7 and the 7 in P8. What happened? I think Cody had a moment, I think. Sure, that 2048 probably lost that position to the number 4 car. But they are on a clearly alternative strategy, the two teams. Low fuel, soft tires for Goncazo in the Mazda, and still quite some fuel left in the tank for the Nissan, and medium tires. The Viper in P9 is still going strong on those soft tires. 202s last time round, and not many drivers were doing those lap times at this stage. The Inferno Motorsports crew in 10th position. Yeah, the gap to P9 is going up the wrong direction for them, unfortunately. Still running with the damage. Oh, and now it's time to pit for leader. So this could be a change of strategy, probably switching from the softs to the mediums and sticking with the one stop. I think 40 laps are doable on the mediums, so that shouldn't be an issue. Fuel is coming in. That will bring down the gap, of course, between the cars, so let's wait and see. Still fuel, 3 liters per second, the refueling rate, and it's a full tank. It's come in, though the damage now has to be repaired. Took quite some time, and as expected, medium tires. There it is for our race leaders. So we'll lose a bit of time now. So Maddie is back on the lead lap, Miu Miu as well. The 23 car also, and they, I think, looking at fuel and tires, they're probably aiming for a one stop on softs for the stint, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see what Miu Miu and the Ferrari can do. Similar on the tires, but the fuel looking a bit different. And Maddie comes in, so maybe also going for soft to mediums. So NWR staying out, moving up to P2 momentarily, and Apex Motorsports, as expected, will be staying out for, I guess, up until lap 30, something like that, 30-31. Maddie, oh, going aggressive. That doesn't look like mediums. It's a short refuel. He's pushing softs again. Okay, interesting. So race situation now at the front. So we have the OVO Esports Porsche running the mediums now with a heavy car. Oh, after the damage they received, pretty sure they changed their strategy now and save some soft tires for the later stints. Mew Mew in P2 for NWR Motorsport. Still not completely sold on the soft one stop, but we will find out in 9 to 10 laps time if it stays like that. Apex Motorsports in P3, and Maddie dropped down to P4 on the racing softs, but he is still on the lead lap. So with that more aggressive strategy, less fuel, soft tires again, I think he feels there's a chance to bring that gap down before the end of stint number 3. And in P5, it's Nixo for Elite Racing Squad. Also, still a one stop on softs could be possible. Looking at the wear and stuff. Project 1 Racing in P6 could get a bit sketchy towards the end of that stint if you want to go for that soft stint. Maybe also going for a mediums. Looking at it, Cody in that P7 for Sector 7 Racing Blazers on that medium tires. He will be going for a bit longer, pretty sure, if nothing serious happens, of course. Then in P8, it's the 66 car, the Dodge Viper for GT Finland Racers, on low fuel and worn soft tires, so they will be pitting soon. Looks like a medium to follow then after this stint. P9 and P10, that is getting interesting. Flores in the 27 BMW for Inferno Motorsport on softs with some front damage. And Skyline, he's really close now in the Audi R8. Could get a run, maybe. Is he close enough for a move into turn 2? Don't think so. But now really closing the gap. So he could be in a good position for the Comrade Straight. Ooh, there was a wall contact! Whew. And good quick reactions. Then for the Audi driver. We saw Flores hitting the wall, and then good reaction to avoid hitting the car inside line. And in the end, an overtake before the straight. And he should be able to pull away now. So Inferno is struggling a little bit in this race so far. This brings the My team back into business here as well on those mediums. Just 2.3 seconds now, the gap. And as expected, the gap goes up between Skyline and Flores. 1.3, 2 seconds to the 54 far behind. Then in P12, it's the number 4 Mazda on the mediums now. It could be a long stint to finish. Driver stint number 3. And still we have the Esports Race Asylum team and Feel Good Racing running at the back this race so far. So a tough start for both of the teams up in the standings after round number 1. And the race didn't go their way so far, but it still can change, of course. Yeah, both on the soft tire compound, but having some clean air. So what about Miu Miu and Defsun? So they can't run for that much longer. Oh, and the 66 is in. So will this be then also medium stint from Miu Miu, or will they also go aggressive like Maddie? Maybe using a 2-stopper, soft for one stint, really push. So the gap to the leader is 1 minute 35 currently. And our leaders are on the mediums, and they want to go to the end on those mediums. The gap between Defsun Miu Miu 7.5 and Maddie 10 seconds. Maddie on his fresh softs definitely gaining on the cars in front of him. 201s here in that AMG. And getting a little more cloudy. I'm not sure if this really helps now with the tire wear at this stage. But I guess it's more about the fuel that's an issue for the Ferrari at this stage. So that's probably what limits Miu Miu at the moment to extend that stint a bit longer. So not sure. Maybe he can do 1 or 2 more laps but this is a bit too short if you want to like split the stint into halves. So it would be lap 30, 31. Oh, someone is in. Skyline. Low on fuel tires, so 25 laps. And they are in. No damage, so it looks to be like a scheduled pit stop and then probably mediums. But also just a guess, of course. So Mew Mew staying out. Devson doing the same. Another 203. And Maddie gaining another second and a half at least. 2015. So what's the situation for the Elite Racing Squad team? Well, they can go for a couple of more laps on fuel. They're probably looking for that one stop stint, soft in this travel stint. And Project 1 Racing, they had enough. Now with the tires and the fuel. So what's their decision now? A bit too early to go onto the softs again. So maybe it's medium time. That number 7 still like in a good position with the mediums. They started that stint. It's P6 for now. It's just quickly back and forth to see the previous laps. Very consistent, I think. All within the 203s. Still taking quite some fuel on board. And mediums for the crew. Just in front of the 54, and Mew Mew is in now as expected. The fuel was kinda low. 2 liters remaining. But that's 26 racing laps, I think. And for Mew Mew, elevating the 23 Porsche to P2. For now, 1:24 the gap. 2 leaders. What are the lap times on those mediums? 203s, 202 high. That's solid pace. I reckon Maddie is in. Why is Maddie in? I don't see. No, it's not Maddie. It's Mew Mew. Oh, sorry. I was just a bit confused. No, Maddie was in. Maddie was in. He's on the outlap. So he stayed on the racing softs. Maybe he had damage. I don't know. Maybe I can clip it. See what happened. Nope, it's too late, unfortunately. So, didn't see it. But yeah, he went into the pits and did something. Again, it's Bathurst. Like, you touch the wall. You... Like, best case, you just lose half a second. Worst case, you get, like, damage, and that will cost you massively. We see some blue flags in here, so Mew Mew after the pit stop. It's right behind Grey Goo, so a lap down, but he's on fresh mediums and pushing. Can he get back onto the lead lap. So now the fuel is also getting low for Devson in the 23. But I think he's on target to make it until lap 30, 31-ish. So that's fine. Maddie in P3 after that pit stop last lap. P4 Nixo for ERS. They also should be pitting soon. Ooh, a massive drift there in that BMW. Good catch though, but that looked like a Code Brown moment, at least to me, but I think the fans trackside, they would love it. Like some nice little drifto racing action here. Wasn't the quickest way to do it though. And there's blue flags again for the 73. The leader is catching. Can stay in front for now. And we'll see the lap times dropped into the 204s on those softs. So the last couple of laps are not that quick on warm soft tires. So we can definitely say that. And then this should be an easy overtake now for the leaders down the mountain straight. Blue flag zone. You already see the indicators to the left. So that cost Nixo roughly a second. Mew Mew behind. He's on fresh mediums and yeah, different strategy though. So 73 is now on pretty much dead tires and low fuel. So they have to pit soon again. And what about Devson in the 23? Coming towards the end of lap 30. And what's it gonna be? It's in. Now pit stop time, and so will it be softs again for the crew? Maddie will jump them. Alien Motorsports will grab that P2 again. There's a but. They have to pit as well for during stint number 3. Oh, and Mew Mew got past Nixo. Oh, that didn't take too much time after all. Oh, and there's Devson. He is on softs again. Right, they want to make the soft strategy work in that Porsche. 73 BMW. I think they have to pit this lap. And we have roughly 4 seconds between NWR and AMS. So, battle for P3. It's on. Mew Mew on mediums, Devson on soft tires. And how much of a gap can Maddie pull on his push stint on the softs? He needs to pit, change tires, and put in some fuel. Then I think roughly looking at lap 42, something like that, 40 to 42 would be the expected pit window, I reckon, for the team. .206 on that last lap, so that's only too much time lost, so this has to be the in lap. And yeah, in they go. .3.5. So this could get interesting. Cody in P7 for the Blazers is still running on the mediums. How long will the fuel last? That's probably the concern I have. The tires shouldn't be an issue. The fuel might be the problem. And P7 we have Project 1 racing the number 20 lime green Porsche, and on the mediums, and yeah, plenty of fuel. I think they come out behind the 73, who are going for softs again. Okay, so the different dynamics to this race still. Very interesting to see and to follow. And also like to speculate and make some assumptions about the overall strategy. So it keeps us all on our toes, right? And probably will all come together in that final stint then of this 12 hours. P8, we have the My Team Esports, AMG, the gap 2.6, that is nice. The tire wear is still okay with the mediums, the fuel on the other hand, nah. This shouldn't be that long until we see that car heading into pit lane. P9, we have the number 4 Mazda. Nearly 6 seconds, that gap to the 66 Dodge Viper. Both are on the medium tires at this stage. And we have Keza P11 on a bit of a offsetting strategy. So he gained 2 positions for now. See if he can keep that towards the end of that stint. The 64 QRT Esports Audi with a Skyline. So ignore that livery. It's a medium tire run now for the team. We have softs again for Inferno Motorsports, the 27. Car P2 overall, and Feel Good Racing Still running last after the first stint, so they have some recovery work still to do. With some decent lap times now for Jean Bomber in that car. See, the 54 is in. So will they go on to the softs or stay on the medium softs? No. Right. So let's run with the leaders, and let me quickly check some messages here. Need to keep an eye on that gap between Maddie and Mew Mew. So Maddie is still pushing on the softs. He needs to pit again. And it's also, as expected, Devson on the soft tires, slowly closing that gap. And to the 224 car. So let me just bring up, like I wanted to, add something. So to the stream, so with the overall standing. So as I was saying, so the leaders are D14. Inferno Motorsport also currently running towards the back of the grid, and also the esports race asylum team. They struggling a little bit with points, so good opportunity for the teams in the hunt after Daytona. Let's go on board a little bit. Yeah. Devson's Porsche. Purple first sector. Good run. Slipstream. A little lift needed, avoided the contact with the wall. He's in a good position now. Oh. Use that curb a little bit. Air time. Through the depot. Yeah. Keeping it close. I think was a little touch with the wall. Now, we saw that Ferrari had some good top end, so it's not a free pass. Even with the slipstream. Not close enough. Yellow flag situation in front. What happened? We'll stay on the live feed. There was an early upshift from Miu Miu, so he's probably not going to fight this. He is going to fight this. Ignore me. Covered the inside. The heat is on. Cody for the Blazers is in P5. But this should be soft stint. And Ford and Nissan to finish stint number 3. But this is close racing now. Battle for P3. Maybe for P2. We don't know what gap will be needed for Maddie. So, same situation, this time less than 3/10. This could be the opportunity for Devson in the 23. Gets the strong part of the slipstream now down the Comrade Straight. Early out. He is alongside, inside. They go side by side through the chase. Break. Will they make it side by side? Yes, we do. Devson is on the inside, touches the grass, stays in front. Oh, and Miu Miu goes a little bit wide of the grass. Ooh. Was there contact between the two? Let's watch it again on the replay. Definitely front and rear had a small come together, and Devson was on the inside, so let's watch it again from Devson's perspective. So a bit deep, riding the curb, and then say that's probably just fine, but we'll let, if it's an incident report, we'll let the stewards decide. Of course, there was no damage, of course, but we saw Miu Miu flashing his headlights after this, so wasn't that happy. Understandable, I think. Let's have a quick look at the running order from top to bottom. We still have OVO Esports in the lead. 1 minute 43 the gap to Alien Motorsports in P2. That AMG. Maddie is pushing. In third position after the overtake, it's Apex Motorsports. And P4 and WR in the Ferrari. We saw that. P5, we have the Elite Racing Squad, 73 BMW M6, and 40 seconds nearly that gap. And 2 cars in front. Project 1 Racing in P6. And just 1.6 the gap to Sector 7 Racing Blazers. Cody now on the soft tires. So this could be a change in between the two drivers. Advantage for the number 7 car. P8 we have Portugal All-Stars. The number 4 Mazda RX Division. That gap to Matu for the GT Finland races doesn't really come down. Roughly 6 seconds, so just a brief double check. Then P10. I think the highest position for the number 1 team for a long time. So how long will it last? I see Kaza is running low on fuel. So he has to pit. The 54 behind, they are good on fuel. They will jump them again also. Probably the QRT esports team close behind the AMG. And yeah, and then we have Inferno Motorsports in P13, 45 seconds. So this should be probably the slot for Keza. Then in front of the 27. And Feel Good Racing in P14. 5 seconds, also closing that gap, but also low on fuel, so we'll have to do a pit stop soon here as well. So let's have a look at Keza. So maybe in lap, this lap or one more. Let's have a look at the gap between Mew Mew and Devson. So 4 seconds already. Yeah, after the overtake, Devson is on the soft tires, so he's using that advantage. At the stage, he also unlapped himself from the leader, so back on the lead lap as well. 21 seconds, that gap to Alien Motorsports and Maddie and running, so also the fuel getting lower and lower for that black AMG. I think Maddie went with soft in this stint number 3. So will he push for another set of softs? But I don't think 21 seconds will be enough to stay in P2. Riding that curb. So the race situation should be looking something like that. Craigu in the Ovo Esports 111 Porsche is on the mediums, and their aim is to go to the end on this tire compound. Maddie on worn softs and low fuel need to pit soon. The Devson is on softs, and they want to finish the stint on this compound here as well. Also, Mew Mew on mediums, no intention to pit again, will finish this stint on the mediums. Then P5, it is the ERS team on softs, also with the goal to finish that stint now without any additional pit stop. In P6, Project 1 Racing on mediums. Also, no more pit stop planned. Cody on softs, also now good to go till the end, and we might see an overtake attempt soon, so let's stay on board for a while. Maddie is in, so lap 40-ish, okay. We'll keep an eye on the left-hand side. Then Maddie will probably lose that position to Devson and Mew Mew. Will this be the run already? Coming out of first elbow, it's half a second. Probably not. And just keep an eye. What's the gap for Maddie? That's 10.4 seconds to Mew Mew, and Maddie is on softs again. So back to P1R versus S7R. How long can Archivert defend that P6? He's on the mediums, Cody on the softs. Getting a decent run out of turn number 1, down the mountain straight we go. Now Cody picking up the slipstream. Won't be enough though for turn 2. So probably one extra lap behind. Ooh! Was looking. Mori just for the apex. Usually don't go for a move at this part of the track. So it's 3.5 tenths. Oh, Archivert at the moment touched the grass. Will he have dirty tires? No, but lost some speed. And Skyline, no problem. Half a second. A good run down the dipper. Oh, did he touch the inside wall? I don't know, it's half a second, not ideal. He needs to have a really good run out of first elbow. It's okay, but don't think it's close enough. The Nissan, we all know it's not the best car in a straight line at the top end. He's not gaining that much down the straight. Yeah, has to find a way now. So can he stay close enough? And to start a lap 42, it's 3/10 for now. So T1 will be very, very, very important. Good traction for the Porsche on the mediums, so Cody not really gaining now. 3/10 is picking up the slip, but again, not close enough. Or is he? No. Once again, it's probably a little bit frustrating if you're Cody at this stage. You know you have the tire advantage, but you're just missing that little bit of extra grunt, top end. And to go for a move after these straights, so back to the drawing board and see how to make that move. So I reckon you should be roughly 3/10 behind coming out of first elbow to get a chance for a run. It's 3.5, 4/10 now. It's half a second again. That Porsche with his good traction. It's really helping the number 20 car at this stage to keep that position, and at some point the tire advantage on the softs won't be there anymore. It's still early, so like Cody doesn't have to rush anything, but he can't sit behind for the rest of the stint, that's for sure. Again, will it be this time now? This time less than 4/10. But then the initial acceleration, just losing time. Now he's gaining. And really gaining. This could be close. Again, looking, showing his nose this time. Probably saying, next time, buddy, I have ya. Like, exciting battle for P6 for sure. So I'm sure if I go away from it, we will miss something. So we'll stay with it for now. A bit wide for Archivert. This is the opportunity, the goal opportunity for Cody now. Better exit. A 10th now. And the Porsche going defensive. Cody around the outside. And he just made it. Can he keep that position? Looks like so. Grip for the soft tires definitely helped. So now overtake done. Can he build a gap that's big enough to keep that position? Looks like now through Skyline, 7/10 already. Up to a second. That's a good run. Should be in a safe spot now to keep that P6. Alright. We get a rundown in the order. 1 minute 55 for Dragoo in the lead. For OVO Esports. Then Dashsun for Apex Motorsports, the 23 in P2. Mew Mew in third for NWR Motorsport. Close to the leader, trying to get back onto the lead lap. Medi for Alien Motorsport. Gained a couple of seconds since the pit stop. Less than 7. Now with still a couple of laps remaining in this stint. I guess roughly 25 minutes before the driver swap. P5 we have ERS. Still running comfortably there. Big gaps in front and behind. Cody, we saw that overtake for Sector 7 Racing Blazers up to P6. Archiverto Chris for Project 1 Racing in P7. And P8, it's Goncazo for the Portugal All-Stars. 6.5 seconds. That gap, 2 GT Finland racers with Matu. Both on the mediums. Kipzo, then for my team, Esports in 10th position. Has 5 seconds in hand to the Skyline. And then, yeah, it's crazy to see. So the top 3 teams after Daytona are running bottom 3 in this race. Kaza is on softs again. P12. Flores for Inferno Motorsports on softs in P13. And Jean Bomber for Feel Good Racing on softs in P14. Oh, that's the gaps. We've seen them. Let's just go up and see what's the battle that will most likely happen. I think it was between Archivert and Cody. Oh, there was a little mistake, maybe. Oh, it's still close, not over yet. Less than a second. Would still argue there's an entire advantage for the number 7 car at this stage. It will be fading towards the end of this stint. So if Archivert can stay within a second for a couple of laps, he might be in a position to retake that P6. Ooh, the leader is in again, and there's damage on the car. Another mistake for Gregu. That's the second time they had to pit for damage. Now in this stint, still, it's a big gap, 1 minute 54. So probably losing 25-30 seconds at this stage. So out on track again, staying on the medium tires, no fuel in, so just a quick stop to fix the damage, and then we will see that delta coming down once Devson comes around. The start finish line, but then we'll actually know roughly the pit loss for damage repair, all depending on how heavy that damage was, of course. Quickly have a look at the gap between Mew Mew and Maddie, less than 5 seconds. So Maddie's still in a position to finish that stint in P3 maybe. So but at what cost? Using 3 sets of soft tires in this stint. So we keep an eye on that delta. 153 before the final turn. Okay, that's actually not too bad. But 18 seconds, I guess, for that pit stop to fix the damage. Lap times for Mew Mew 2:02, so on medium tires. I think that's very, very solid pace. Ferrari keeping it clean so far. So he was running with a little bit of damage in the first stint multiple times, and also had a big one there at the dipper where he lost the rear and then spun, damage front and rear. So had to do also a bit of a recovery drive, pushing on a new set of soft tires, and to get that car high up the order again, P3. But we have Maddie for Alien Motorsports in P4. Less than 4 seconds now. 2:01s. Currently, and lap 48, end of lap 60 is where we see the driver swaps, and also for the viewers. So after the driver swap, we will also switch the YouTube stream. So we are Then moving over to part 2. Again, it's set up so you should get redirected automatically after this one ends. But yeah, so once we complete the driver swap, then we will start the second part of the broadcast for roughly the final 6 hours then. So don't go anywhere. So I think there's a lap car between them, yeah. That's the number 1 esports race asylum car. Sitting between Miu Miu and Maddie. Kaza behind the wheel for the team. But that's... not for precision yet, but it shouldn't take that long, I reckon. Maddie is still flying. Gaining. We'll probably also get a little bit of a tow and an easy overtake on the Comrade Straight. Let's see. Probably too far behind. Let's see. Nevertheless, gaining on the straight 2.5 seconds. So now Kaza is still close behind Miu Miu. Roughly 2 seconds now, going up. We should be in slipstream range, now behind the number 1 car. Ooh, that was close with the walls. He's pushing. Gaining another 2/10. But still, that Porsche is sitting between the two. Could be interesting. I think Kaza is on also fresh soft tires, so he has probably a bit more pace than Miu Miu at this stage, who is on the mediums. But also difficult situation now for Kaza. So he's running P12, P13, something like that. And he doesn't want to interfere with that battle for the podium. So he's probably just staying behind for now. Not sure if he's pushing Miu Miu, so let's see. Oh, he's going for the move now. Oh, that could be spicy. Oh, backing out of it. So as I said, not an easy decision now for Kaza to make. Now I think he needs to back out, but the blue flag zone, we are just past it, so uphill. There's even if there are blue flags, there's basically no good spot. And so just keep your line, race, and then not sure, will he back out after Skyline? Oh, he's staying in front. So now Maddie has to wait. He still is gaining on Mew Mew, so it's okay, I think. It doesn't lose too much time. Will get a little bit of a draft down the straight. This is now where we should see Keza moving to the side. No. Okay. Maybe before the braking zone? No. So we probably have to wait for the start finish straight or the mountain straight. See, it's 6/10. Also, we don't see Maddie using his headlights to indicate he wants to pass once again. Keza is moving to the outside. Oh, that's spicy now, and Maddie going for the move now inside. That I think wasn't the best spot, but in the end, so blue flags not an issue anymore. Now it's Maddie versus Mew Mew. The dipper looked okay for Maddie. Into first elbow. Will he get the run? Did he touch the wall? I don't think so. It's okay now. It's the run. Can the Ferrari stay in front? The black AMG is coming. Not now, but not much time left in this stint to make some moves. Again, going defensive. And inside line for Maddie, outside line for Mew Mew. Side by side they go, coming towards the start finish line. And Maddie is on the inside. Moves up a position. P2, and Keza wants to race as well. So he's on that faster tire compound compared to Mew Mew, so yeah, he's not in that fight. A blue flag situation again for the race asylum driver. Interesting. Probably Maddie will like it that he has a car now between him and Mew Mew, so he should be safe with that P3 for now. Race leader Gregu is on lap 54. 5.5 laps to go in this stint. 1 minute 31 the gap to the Death Zone for the 23 Apex Motorsports team. We saw that overtake. Maddie P3 now 9 seconds. That gap. Mew Mew in 4th position on the mediums. P5, it's Elite Racing Squad with Nixo in the 73 BMW. 37, 38 seconds. That gap. Cody in 6th position after the overtake. Opened up the gap to 3 seconds. Now I think we should see the Porsche behind now having at least the same grip on those mediums compared to the worn softs on Cody's car. So will this get closer? Goncaso for the number 4 team in P8. That gap between him and Matu stays roughly around 6 seconds. And P10, we have the My Team Esports AMG running. Skyline. Oh, sorry, and just having to coordinate the driver swaps and having a little bit of issues again to get the next stream up into the broadcasting software, so bear with me for a moment. So it's lap 56 and sorry, still working on the driver swap. So bear with me. Also, maybe Maddie can catch Devson. It's 4 seconds, and yeah, sorry for not being active, but still having difficulties to get the next stream up. So bear with us. Bear with us. It's the penultimate lap for race leaders. 1-1-1. So 1:31, that gap to Apex Motorsports in under 4 seconds to Maddie. Maddie has better soft tires. He's pushing like crazy. 5.5 the gap now to Mew Mew. So we'll keep an eye on that. For the penultimate time, it is Chase, and now past the pit entry. Next time round, it will be in for the 111. So despite having 2 little incidents, it's still 1:31 the gap for OVO Esports. Apex Motorsports in P2 at just 3.2 seconds to Maddie. It could be very, very close between the 2 teams for the next stint. So last time up the mountain. Gap roughly stays at 1:30. Also 2:03s for Devson, 2:02s for Maddie. Gained another second during this lap. And now for the final time in stint number 3, coming down the Comrade straight into the chicane. And into pit lane we go. So still we don't have the next stream up, sorry for that. So hopefully we'll get that sorted before everyone has pitted. We stay with the battle for P2, 2 seconds between Devson and Maddie. Our tire's pretty much dead in the 23 car. Maddie has something left on his tires. Went for the 2-stop softs for this one. Gap still going down 1.6, so should be very interesting for the next stint. And now it's in. 1.5 seconds separating the two teams. Mew Mew coming in for NWR in the Ferrari, the 224 also in now. So 45 seconds. And until we see Nixo for Elite Racing Squad heading into pit lane. And no drama on the pit entry. And a gap between Cody and Archivert, Blazers and Project One Racing has come down 1.4. Also, that is close between the two of them. That tire offset, and towards the end, the two more cars missing. And to pit. That's Inferno Motorsports and Feel Good Racing. So P1 and P2 in the overall standings. Not having the best race so far, and but they're still running. A minute the gap to P12 though, and 4 minutes 39 the gap to the leaders. Big one running again with some damage, so the BMW not an easy car to drive. Probably here at Bathurst as well. And then we have Feel Good Racing heading into pit lane for the swap. Alright, so we're still working on the next stream. Unfortunately, we don't have the footage yet ready. So I will have to then just bring up the schedule and hope that we will be back. And in a second, so sorry for the inconvenience. We'll be back soon then for stint number 4.